we had to solve. I'd like to welcome you all in the second day, those of you who were here today, but also those of you who joined, that were here yesterday, but those of you who also joined today. I'm really happy about the feedback I received yesterday from all the sessions. I feel that everybody enjoyed the discussions and the presentations that took place. It was really a pleasure to contact and see all those representatives from 8 more European projects that are with us in this conference, and they are all working on open schooling. There were many serious issues identified about the future of open schooling and the ways we need to find in order to secure that open schooling as an initiative will stay alive in the coming future. And I was very, very happy to meet and discuss with many people who are really willing to contribute towards this direction, so we can secure that an initiative that it is, as I said also yesterday, what education really needs at this moment, will stay alive. I will not take any more time, because I would like also to stay within the schedule and catch up with our delays. Thank you all for being here. Once again, many thanks to all the people who contributed to the success of yesterday. I'm sure that today will be even better, and we will go more in depth as we got to know each other yesterday. Now we can really go more in depth in the issues that were identified and try to seek new solutions. So many thanks to all of you. Many thanks to the people who contributed to Ciencia CosmoCaixa for hosting this event. And of course, always we will say special thanks to Dr. Laia Vives for her really great contribution. So without any more delay, I will give the floor to Alexandra, to Dr. Ale, for the first session. Thank you very much.
So, good morning, everyone. I think that we are on time. We are starting this important session about the kernel do, and with the whole consortium. So, we'd like to start here with a brief introduction about this. And from yesterday, inspired by Lars Kluver, so when we started the day with the future we choose, today, the whole session is dedicated about the we. How can we foster the we for us to be able to choose the future? So one way is about through the kernel do. Would you like to start with the kernel do? Let's see if it's going to work. If it's not, oh. Not sure, that's very interesting. It's like it is all here. Yes, the technical team, do we have the animations or not? No? Okay. So unfortunately, we don't have the animation, but probably we will have it at the last session today. But I would like to show you is something very, we called representative about the care. But as we don't have the animation, it's not working, I'm going to show them this kernel do together integrated. So when we think about care, we consider that the students, they need to feel that the people care about them. So in order to have, yesterday we discussed a lot about competencies. For them to develop competencies, it's more than knowledge, skills, and attitude. They need values. We need to think about how they can develop values with skills. So if students, they feel that people care about them, they are in the education, informal, formal, non-formal, yes, they will be able to start to develop, they care about others, they care about themselves, they care about the distant others, they care about the planet. So it's crucial to consider values, and it's crucial that students are aware about the values, the self-assessment, the reflection in action. They need to feel that in Connect, they are developing values. And when we think about know, of course, society, we want that everyone are able to know about the planet, know science. When we're talking about the science, it's the all branches of science. It's human science, social, we call it natural science, formal sciences. So we want them, society needs them to know science, yes, but we want them willing to know, willing to use the knowledge for sustainable actions, for better lives, to shape their own, we call the future, yes. So with that, with this knowledge, they will be able to do actions, knowledgeable actions, use scientific literacy to make their decisions. So we would like, if you go there, about, the bottom to up, yes, we will have this large basis when they start with educators, scientists, communities to go to the top. When they have the agency, they are able to make their own decisions, their independent thinking, and also foster others. A key message, when I was preparing my PowerPoint yesterday, I was trying to select one key message, and one student said, what I learned in Connect, I'm able now to care more about myself. I'm able to care about my family. So what is happening in the education system, if you bring these three triangles together, is that education is not preparing kids for this self-assessment, this reflection, awareness about what they care, what is what matters for them, the key value. So what is happening in education is that part in the triangle is hidden. As you can see in the borders, the kids are in the school. Why? Because they think they need to go. Why they need the knowledge? Well, because society requires knowledge, employment, jobs. It's not their own intrinsic motivation. And so the action would be empty as well. They would be just living without purpose. So we try to embed the kernel doing each single framework, models, resources, skills. This is a skill model that we are using in the UK. So it's bringing life, bringing the career and the society together with the kernel do. But what I'd like also to tell is the pedagogy. The pedagogy about the kernel do, we considered that it's crucial for kids to go to this pathway when they have the opportunities for others to activate their curiosity, activate what matters for them within others, the world. So when you hook the curiosity, activate that, it's an important moment for the students, then you can also create the need to know. So they have the opportunities to use the knowledge, acquire knowledge, build knowledge. Then they need the opportunity to use the knowledge for decision-making, for creation, design, and opportunities to transfer the knowledge. We will see in a session soon about the importance of that knowledge, surface knowledge, going through deep knowledge and the transferable knowledge with Tony Sherborne, Master in Science. They will go to explain a little bit about this. We want the kids very excited with this aha moment, with these discoveries, with that fun that they need to have in the learning pathway. So, as you can see, in each single resource, we embedded the kernel do. And we embedded also how this family, how the scientists could enrich this process of a kernel do. So you will see in the platform, it's all accessible and also in the book. But I would like to tell you is that how this kernel do reflected on the children's work. Because when they were doing that, I was so in tears. When I went to Greece, I was sitting there and I was expecting that formal presentation about their findings. And they started with the kernel do. I don't know, like Yorgos is here, yes, Manolis. So that was amazing what I saw there. And I'm pretty sure that it was happening in all countries. The kids were starting the presentation about what they care, what they know, and what they are doing. So that is the most fantastic outcomes, is that this awareness that we want them to tell. We don't want just us asking, well, which competencies they need. We want them make this question. What competencies I need for my future? So, just inspired by Rosina and this large, amount of work in RRI, I wanted to show that screen. So we want kids students, this generation, able to discuss their views, political opinions using science. And we don't want RRI dying. We want RRI very alive because it's disappearing from the European Commission calls, but it's very alive in our hearts. We want that RRI very clear in education. Kids will be able to know what they are doing. So mutually responsive, transparent and interactive, ethically acceptable solutions. So that is it. I would like to invite Tony Sherborne to show about UK, and everyone will call a country to present some achievements, stories about kernel do. Please, Anthony. Yes, Tony. Thank you.
So, in the UK, we probably have a slightly different situation to many countries, which I will explain. For sure, when we can get teachers to use Open School and our materials, then we can see some impact on the students, what we expected to see. So, the fact that they're working with their families or with scientists, they're learning more skills than they would normally do, and we hope that some of them are being inspired to think about careers because they're giving an insight into what it's like to do science in a different way to the way normally science is taught. Now that's the good side. The bad side is that doesn't happen very often. And we feel that we are trying incredibly hard, but most schools are saying, no, thank you, at the moment. I'm reminded of the best conference talk I ever saw at a conference about educational technology. The keynote speaker, a famous researcher called Larry Cuban, came up to the stand like me, and he didn't touch this because he opened his briefcase and took out some handwritten overhead transparencies, put them on lovingly to his projector, turn on the screen, and that was a message to say that if you're just basically using direct instruction in lectures, you don't need PowerPoint. In fact, the technology is more like to get in your way, as you've seen, than it is to improve the pedagogy, right? So technology is a bit like open school. If you're prepared to adopt a different paradigm, which technology allows, then it can have massive benefits. But if you simply use it with the old paradigm, you don't need it. I cannot see any evidence that technology improves the traditional form of teaching. And unfortunately, in the UK, we are stuck in this traditional mode, which is exam-focused and leads to a form of surface learning. And if that's what teachers are doing, then they don't really need open learning at all. It just gets in the way of covering the syllabus. I don't know if that's what's happened in your country or if it's just something of the time in the UK. Now, what we want is a different paradigm. We want a broader set of goals, like thinking about careers, thinking about preparing scientifically literate students, and making them want to go on to further study. That requires a different approach, which we could call deep or transferable learning, and that's where the open learning model works. But if you don't see the need for those goals, you won't see the need for the open learning. And again, like technology, it's only useful if you have the right goal and the right pedagogy in place. So what can we do? In our country, the word research carries a lot of weight in teachers' minds because they're always trying to base what they do on some sort of evidence base. So we've tried to co-opt the relevant research that might support an open learning approach in science. And one area is the work of John Hattie, who everybody knows because of his league tables about what works in teaching. And he got a bit frustrated by the way people were just picking off things that were supposed to be effective and said, actually, it's more than that. There is a model for learning which says some things work if you want to just put over information. This surface learning is the basic facts and ideas, but that's not enough. Learning should be a journey where you go further. You go in deeper into the understanding of the concepts, and then you go into transferring them to real life, applying your knowledge. And that's really the model that we think open learning fits best into from the research base. So we've tried to use that to persuade teachers that they need to go further. That's quite a generic model designed for any subject. And what we did was we turned that into a more science education-friendly approach, which has 5 stages, which will be familiar to science teachers. So the first stage, which we call activate, is a kind of preparation. This is the engagement, this is the revision of what students already know, which is really important to build on that prior knowledge. And this is where we're going to engage them with the problem. So this is where, in Connect, we would try and use a scientist to set up a real-life problem to launch the teaching, rather than just for the teacher, as they typically do, say, I'm teaching energy. Has anybody seen an example of kinetic energy in the science lab? You know, some lame introduction like that. So we try and put this into a real context and an energy scientist who's working in renewable energy coming in, setting up the question of, you know, how are we going to be more energy efficient in our lives, can lead into this topic in a totally different way. The second stage is basically the surface learning approach that's already going on, and we don't interfere with that very much. That's the normal teaching. But what we're trying to say to teachers is that's not enough. If you adopt John Hattie's model, you're doing mostly surface learning, and it's not until you get to applying and analysing, and these words are carefully chosen because these are the words that the exam boards in the UK use to define higher order thinking, right? There's actually 60% of the marks in exams supposedly for applying and analyse, and only 40 for what you can remember. However, the teaching seems to regard that transfer as being rather marginal and everything you're supposed to remember as being the main stuff. So we're trying to push teachers towards the apply and analyse, and that's where we fit Connect in, and we say, right, they've learned some energy for sure, they know the words, but now let's put that into a situation of applying it to some energy inventions, our materials that we created. Ask students to look at different kind of weird and wonderful energy inventions that are on crowdfunding websites and look at the feasibility of these for saving energy in your home. And so they're going to evaluate them and look into the physics and then come up with what they think is the best invention and try and write a web page to promote it. So this is where the analyze, higher order thinking comes in, where you put your understanding, you put your skills that you've learned about evaluating into a presentation or a summary on a web page of how you're going to promote this energy invention. So what we've really just done is we've said, teach as you would normally, but add some ingredients. And these ingredients align with the open schooling model. They're not so hard, and they will take students more into that territory of applying and analysing, which will ultimately get them better exam results. And of course, that's not our goal, but if we present it that way, the teachers are more likely to listen. This is a kind of an advertisement for our session this afternoon, which is titled Taking Open School from the Margins to the Centre of the Curriculum, which has been our big challenge in the UK. So I'm now going to hand over to our next presenter so you can see a different perspective.
Just changing the presentation is now Greece, yes?
Hello, good morning from Greece. From RDE, from Regional Directorate of Primary and Secondary Education of Crete, Greece. My name is Giorgos Panselinas, I'm the project leader for Greece, and I'm going to present you how we operationalize open schooling in Greece from a theory to practice, co-creating educational resources, and how this led to a large-scale implementation. Open schooling, as you know, is a term promoted by the European Union in 2015 that refers to schools as agents of community well-being. As Alexandra have stated, there are already 15 projects funded by the European Union in open schooling, but limited attention has been paid to examining how to adopt and scale up these initiatives to make them sustainable. these researchers also claim that most of the times open schooling implementation contradicts to traditional curricula. Alexandra and all of us found that this is the case mostly on educational systems where the curriculum is focused on exams. As well as Mulero and her colleagues, or his colleagues, conclude in 2022 that the main obstacles for implementation of schooling in schools are the division of curriculum by subjects, where in real life issues are not divided into subjects. In secondary education, there are more obstacles because the strict traditional confines of different classes prevents addressing issues that in a more realistic, overarching way. And there is a lack of time, available time in schools to line up open schooling courses. I tried to study all the implementation of the 3 years of Connect project. And we're gonna, in my study, I'm gonna present how we operationalize open schooling on a large scale by creating agile, written by teachers, led by theory, coached by experts and community curriculum resources that exploit the existing curriculum and school context using a bottom-up approach. It was a 3-year effort in the context of the Connect project implemented in Greece, where more than 142 schools with 340 teachers and 5,390 students implemented open schooling for science and sustainability curriculum in 12 out of the 13 regions of Crete in each kind of a school. Primary, secondary, special education needs schools, general schools, vocational schools, very small schools in a small island or high in the mountains, or big urban schools. We have every kind of school. The aim of our study and my speech is to discuss a set of principles that could assist teachers and policymakers in creating and implementing open schooling curriculum resources that fit the school context, using mostly, but not only, bottom-up approach. First, we're going to present the principles and the guidelines set in order to create open schooling resources. Then we're going to present the education scenarios written by the teachers and how they were implemented. Then we're going to present some results regarding the kind of activities took place, students' school level, and students' acceptance of the program. And then, finally, we're going to discuss and conclude on emerging insights on how to scale up open schooling and make it sustainable in existing school settings. We have discussed the first day that it's very difficult to influence educational policy, especially in countries where there are more that not share the educational policy in regions and so on. Using mostly a bottom-up approach and also with application on local policy, on regional policy. So, following this theory, we have some papers and research and practice in open schooling starting from 2015 and until now, recently, and in the context of the Connect, following theory and practice, we created, that's what we do in order to scale up, we created a set of guidelines for authoring and implementing an educational scenario. Teachers have to follow these guidelines in order to write their own scenarios, and they have feedback by us, a curriculum group of experts that they gave follow-up in order to meet this criteria. Students and teachers have to study a real problem or challenge, global or local, that can be studied using science or STEAM. The second guideline, second criteria, the education scenario is connected to the curriculum or can be implemented in extracurricular activities in the school context, such as environmental school activities, science clubs, etc. The education scenario follows the care, no, do model. Has to follow the care, no, do model. Each action of the students and teachers has to be in this model. Students and teachers are supported by an expert, at least one expert, on the field of the problem or challenge, and are also encouraged to engage other stakeholders of the community. Decision makers, research centers, universities, museums, civil society, industry. In any phase of care, no, do is appropriate for them and for us, the experts. The education scenario involves the family of the students. In any phase of the care, no, do model is appropriate. And last, the education scenario aims at least one of the 17 goals of sustainable development of the United Nations. All of these criteria have to be met in order an education scenario has to be characterized as an open schooling scenario. In this way, we created, teachers created 20 scenarios in these 3 years. And actually, there's not 20, but 20 are uploaded in the platform for Connect. There are 3 more that would be gonna be uploaded. This table shows that the name of a scenario, the curriculum description as it has been written, and then this is how it is implemented, in which context it is implemented, in which subject of the school was implemented, and implemented individually or by a group of teachers. So the results show that open schooling in this context implemented using each science subject lesson of Greek curriculum, science in primary, physica, and geography in primary, physics, chemistry, biology, geology, geography in secondary education. Also, other STEAM subject lessons that we have in Greece, such as informatics, mathematics, visual arts, language, history, social and political education, physical education, theater education. Of course, in an interdisciplinary way. And also, these education scenarios used the project-based or inquiry-based or problem-based compulsory courses that the educational curriculum has, such as Skills Lab. We have a subject that is called Skills Lab in primary and lower secondary education. Also, we have a course that is called Environmental Studies in primary education. In vocational education, we have creative activity zones, projects in technology, and also there is a separate curriculum in special education needs schools. Also, students and teachers implemented some scenarios in the extracurricular, optional, but recommended by the ministry courses that teachers have to can select to do or not, such as schools activities and creation and innovation clubs. Teachers either implemented them individually or by groups, including interdisciplinary interdisciplinary groups. So, we come to discussion. Why did so many teachers and 340 teachers and choose Connect among of dozens approved by the ministry programs? It was one of the programs that was approved by the ministry, but it was teachers have dozens of them to select. And above all, how did they manage to implement it to the end? Why did we have participation and success? Because even from the 12th grade, that is from the grade in which the children take the Panhellenic exams for admission to the universities. Whereas in other countries in Connect, as we have found, that it was not the case, as you see. We have a lot of year 12 students. We claim that the answer is based on our data on the table 1. First, each teacher was given the opportunity to meet their needs, including curriculum requirements. They have to follow a ready-made scenario, but can create their own to adapt to their needs and curriculum requirements also. Either by using a ready-made scenario if it was fit, and they adapted it, or by creating their own. How? By receiving the theory-based principles and design guidelines, and also the opportunity to be coached by curriculum experts who were giving them feedback. In this way, every relevant subject of the Greek curriculum was taken advantage of. They use every relevant subject that was appropriate to use, as well as the optional extracurricular activities in case they wanted to. Second, in more than half of the cases, teachers work together to implement cross-curricular education scenarios, taking advantage of the project-based, inquiry-based, problem-based courses and optional extracurricular courses. The latter case agrees with the recommendations of Mulero and her colleagues on sustainable open schooling about interdisciplinary groups of teachers, especially if the curriculum is strict. Third, technology. Technology helped. Without technology, we would not scale up. Helped for coaching and co-creation of resources. We were communicating synchronously and asynchronously with every teacher in every village in Greece for coaching and co-creation of resources. Collaboration among teachers with the platform. And also bringing 82 experts and other stakeholders close to students through teleconferences. We used 82 experts in all over Greece. It also needed both intrinsic and extrinsic motivation, as Bonio, Sotirio, Nokada, and Gray says. Teacher was intrinsically motivated by seeing their students owning the learning process by discussing, doing projects, presenting results at the Connect Students Conference and other forums, by deciding topics, by doing research, and by creating recommendations. That is where what the students, the 2002 students, answered that they did during this year. They said, I did this, and this agrees with what the teacher said. I develop a project, I discuss, I present the results, I ask questions, I decide the topic, and so on. Therefore, we could conclude that the implementation of the open school in Greece through the Connect project was rather successful in terms of students' acceptance. As we see, students say 1,748 students say that they want to participate in such activities as the ones you have, as the ones in Connect in the next projects, or they want to do generally this kind of activities in schools. It was a successful implementations in a large scale, bottom up, led by curriculum experts and community, and legitimized by the ministry, which was adapted, strengthened, and limited by the Greek context. That's it for the implementation in Greece. Thank you very much.
I just needed to, yes, check the time, but the next one, I think it's Spain. Spain, Rosina. Laia. Rosina e Laia.
Hem d'agafar micros diferents. Vale, us agafes. Hello, good morning, everybody. We are going to present what we have done from here in Catalonia and in Spain, what we called open schooling to improve health promotion. We focused our work in health promotion, and in the model, we were especially concerned with the model of health promotion, which, as you may know, it's a model that is not being very prioritized. The health system is very focused at pathological approach, and we need a more salutogenic approach, but we are not having the impact we would like with health promotion. So we wanted to contribute through open schooling to engage students and teachers and their families to redefine the model of health promotion in schools with a more integrated, collaborative, and decentralized approach. And we decided to work on that with a network that was being created at the moment that Connect started by the government here in Catalonia, which is called Escola Sentinella. This is a network of schools that act as sentinel schools to monitor and pilot health interventions. It started with COVID to control and monitor the pandemic, and now it's continuing also with other challenges in health. So the first part of our projects focused on the model of prevention of COVID-19. The project started when we were all confined and we couldn't meet after a while. We met online with our partners in Connect, so we started working in COVID-19. Then, during this process, there was a priority setting, and the students prioritized to work next on mental health, because as you all know, one of the problems that have sustained after COVID-19 is how mental health has been affected with the pandemic. For example, in our region here where we are, 8.8% of students aged between 10 and 18 every day or almost every day think that they would like to die or to go to sleep and not wake up. And this is only one of the data that we have, and all of them are very critical. And we think that apart from the climate crisis, we are in front also of a mental health crisis. And therefore, we need to reflect on how to improve the way we are addressing this problem. If we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, of course, we are focusing on goal number 3, but we also see that there are other goals that actually are thinking or aiming at changing models, changing not only the what, but also the how we are acting. And here we can see that quality education is one of them. Another one has to do with the role and the impact of research and innovation. What is the role of research in health promotion? What is the role of innovation, and what impact is this innovation having nowadays? And last but not least, the last SDG, which is partnerships for the goals. We see that the UN here is suggesting that we need to move towards a more collaborative approach. And not only collaborative, but with all these goals, they are also telling us that we need to be more integrated, meaning that we need to take care of all the parts of the problem together, because otherwise, as Daniel already said yesterday, with linear approaches or one-off interventions, we are not going to succeed. So the question is, how do we act in a classroom with an integrated intervention and not with a one-off intervention trying to only address one part of the mental health problem that our students have. So we can see here that basically what I explained so far, right? In quality education, we were inspired by open schooling, of course, and science capital. With the model of research and innovation, we were inspired by responsible research and innovation, transdisciplinary research, or system thinking that was mentioned yesterday as well. This other way of thinking to make sure we can define how to intervene with an integrated approach in a classroom. Also community-based research, how to engage these students in reflecting and constructing this knowledge together, and also designing the intervention together with different iterations. And last but not least, how to organize them as a community structure with these integrated interventions and also with decentralized interventions, because otherwise the health system becomes saturated if it has to deal with all these problems that are emerging in society. So with this framework, we saw that our objective was to improve the model of prevention and health promotion, but at the same time also change the model of science education through open schooling, of course, and also the model of research, the role that research have in this sort of interventions. And we did that through participatory research that promotes students, families, and teachers to involve with professionals in strategic reflections in each school group. For us, it was very important that each school group could do their own strategic reflection and their own action plan, so personalized knowledge here and interventions. And so with that, they could design and implement personalized and integrated interventions. So how did we do that? What methodology did we use? We were inspired by 3 methodological frameworks. The first one has already been presented. It was the Care, Know, Do model that was developed within Connect. So I'm not going to explain it again. The second one was a model that we developed in this project, in Connect, and that we have already published in the International Journal of Public Health. This model is based on a previous model, which was called the dialogue model, which already has these phases that you can see here. So a first phase for exploration, a second phase for consultation, a third phase where the consultation that happens with the different stakeholders separately. So we consulted the professionals, the teachers, the students, and the families separately. And then we integrated all this knowledge together, and then we could do a priority setting of the solutions that were suggested, and then, of course, the results were disseminated, and then we could program and develop the strategy to intervene. What was new in the previous dialogue model that was already published is that we considered that in order to be more effective, we needed to make sure that the consultation went beyond one-off interventions, so we included system thinking. So we did system analysis in this phase. Then we also combined this methodological framework with community-based participatory research. So this is basically based on iterative cycles of intervention where we always get the learning, We always get new knowledge co-created, and with this new knowledge and the learning of the different stakeholders, we can better have impact and change in the community that is learning and producing the knowledge. And finally, what we did was we integrated all these methodological frameworks into this methodology where we combined the care-know-do model with the system-oriented dialogue model and the community-based participatory research approach in this resulting methodological framework that we implemented in different iterations. The first two iterations happened the first 2 years of the project to design the strategies. And next, Laia will present the results. The first strategy for COVID-19 prevention and the second one for mental health promotion. The third and fourth iterations are happening now. Now we are finishing the third one, and on September we are starting the fourth one. And here what we are doing is we are piloting these interventions. And in these pilots, the first pilot is to test usability and feasibility, and the second one next year will be to test effectiveness. And in these pilots, basically, the students do a new iteration of the system-oriented dialogue model, but very, very personalized in each class in order to define their own action plan in their classes. So now I give the floor to my colleague Laia, and she will present the results.
Yeah. So first of all, we are going to present the results from the first 2 iterations, so to create these integrated strategies. So here you can see what Rosina already presented. So in the first guidelines that we designed, this guideline include all these phases. So here you can see a photo of some students in the consultation phase. So they were reflecting on problems and opportunities they had around COVID-19 prevention or mental health promotion, because we have 2 guidelines to implement in these first and second iterations. So next to this photo, you can see a tool that we use to collect all the data. So we integrated the results of each school. They provided us this kind of table with the results. So we integrated this knowledge, and then from that, we made a prioritization. Here you can see the participation numbers. So for these first 2 iterations, we had like almost 2,500 students and their families participating. We engaged 79 teachers and also professionals, health professionals that were from the institutions that are collaborating in the Sentinel Schools network, but also professionals that are working in the surroundings of the school, so from their like health centers, or even professionals that are working inside the school, like nurses or psychologists or other kind of professionals that are related to those challenges. So here, next to those big numbers, you can see the numbers specifically for participation in the 2 iterations. And as you can see from all the results, we get like the different objectives for each challenge. So for the COVID prevention, we we obtained 39 recommendations to improve this prevention model that became on 15 objectives. And in the case of mental health promotion, we obtained it, from the results of schools, 29 recommendations to improve this model for promotion of mental health that became 17 objectives. So here we are not going in depth of to each objective, but you can see that it seems like the Sustainable Development Goals. So we have a lot of objectives that face different aspects of the problem. So here we have the 15 objectives for COVID prevention. And in this slide, we can see the 17 objectives that arise from the research in schools about mental health promotion. So after so the final phases of these first 2 iterations were dissemination. We did a final congress with all the participants here in CosmoCaixa, so in the room next to this one, where all the students, teachers from schools, but also the scientific community and also policy makers attended. And it was a day where we could share all the results, the experiences. So it was really a really interesting and successful experience. And also, as Rosina said, from the Living Lab for Health, we published this methodology in a journal. And finally, in the last stage of the do phase, we developed with some other organizations that are really focused on both of the challenges, guidelines for the next iterations to be implemented at schools. So here you can see this, well, here. This is what we've been developing this year and piloting in schools. So this is the guideline. And the results from the third now iterations, because the fourth one will be in the next year. So here, basically, you can see the structure of the guideline is this has the same methodology that we've been presenting now. So the different the main difference that this guideline has from the previous one is that includes the activities to develop an action plan. So a personalized action plan for each classroom, depending on the results that they obtain during the consultation and integration and prioritization phases. So here you can see the students implementing this action plan. So they are deciding which activities they want to do with their colleagues, their group classes, and finally. Of course, after the development of the action plan, they did some activities for dissemination in their local context, but also from the Connect project, we organized a final webinar where they could share the results with other students and teachers. This is numbers of participation for this first pilot. Almost 1,000 students and 35 teachers involved, and also, as I mentioned in the previous phases, professionals, health professionals. So here we wanted to show you which aspects we are assessing in the end of the intervention. So firstly, the perception of change in the health promotion of students. Also, how was the implementation process of the guidelines? So if they participated, if the materials are okay, how was all the process implementing all these phases we presented to you? And of course, the science capital. So how are they improving their science capital and all the aspects that are considered within this concept? And also if they noticed or they can prove changes in model for health promotion. So if this health promotion is more collaborative, integrated, and decentralized. And of course, they presented also all the results that they obtained in the participatory research and the implementation of the action plans as photos, activities, all the things that they get from this process. And finally, Rosina is going to present discussion and conclusions.
As a conclusion, the system-oriented dialogue model has allowed us to define and implement interventions with community structures, creating community structures in schools and among schools. This is something that, for example, the European Disease Center was suggesting, but they didn't say how schools should do that. So we have created a methodology that we believe can be used widely to design these community structures with innovative organizational models and with these decentralized approaches where students become the agents of change in their classroom, in their schools and classes. These interventions are aligned with their needs. That's very important. They are integrated, so they take into account different aspects of the problem, and among all these objectives of the slide that looks like the SDGs, they can prioritize what is needed based on a previous diagnosis they do in their classroom. So it's very aligned with their needs, but also integrated with this more systemic approach. And of course, aligned also with innovation in education, with this development of the competencies that are needed, that were presented yesterday in the session. And this learning happens, learning but also change happens not only in the classroom, but also with the families, which is very important to achieve the change. The limitations, of course, there is always this limitation that there are some schools that see that they have a lack of time to go in this sort of projects. Then the strategic design iterations, some schools said that they were too guided, the first 2 iterations. We understand that they were guided. This was a way also that they could learn what is participatory research with a guided approach, but then in the second iteration, when they start the implementation, they have the freedom to design the activities that they want to implement for the action plan. They can take them from the repository, or they can improve them or invent new ones and design themselves using, for example, the guidelines that have been produced from our colleagues in Greece. However, we still think that there is this need for training and for support and coaching in order to design these new interventions on their own. We think that the fact that it's too guided, it's true, but that is needed because otherwise we don't get this integrated approach. But the guided ones are only done with a small number of schools that allow us to design these strategies, and then the implementation can be done with a far bigger numbers of schools, scaling up, and therefore we believe it's worth going through it. Then the other limitation is that there is a need for dedicated efforts in different parts of Europe to be able to scale this up, because as I said in the previous part, there is this need for training and for coaching of the teachers, and this requires dedicated efforts. What we found as opportunity here in Catalonia is that we found the political support. Connect will continue, that's the good news. Next year, after next year, we have support from the local government through this network that we mentioned, the Escola Santineia, and also the policymakers have given recognition to all teachers who want to participate with points that they get, and therefore improvements in future salary. Then another opportunity that we see is to slowly scale up with other organizations that want also to collaborate with us. Here in Catalonia, we are establishing collaborations with mental health promotion organizations, but also with other policymakers in other areas in order to scale up. And of course, we are open also beyond Catalonia to any other organization that is willing to collaborate. And like this, we expect that slowly we will move from the current model of health promotion and infectious disease prevention that is a bit fragmented towards a model that is more collaborative, decentralized, and integrated. And therefore, that has hopefully more impact for this crisis of mental health and sometimes pandemics that we are living. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will invite Mihai, and we hope that we have 10 minutes for questions, but after Mihai, we have also Brazil. So, yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Mihai Bizoi. I'm representing Valahia University of Târgoviște from Romania, and I'm the local coordinator of Connect project in Romania. My presentation will be focused on 3 topics. The first topic it's about what science action was implemented in Romania, and I will try to emphasize the most popular science action. I will try to give an example of the science action developed in Romania, and the last one, I will try to present some key elements for a successful implementation, of course, from our point of view. So in Romania, we implemented, as a general point of view, 4 structured scenario. The first 2, rewilding and carbon neutral, were developed in the frame of the Connect project, and the other 2, biodegradable plastics, a solution for white pollution and sustainable development and green energy, were developed in Romania. As you can see, based on the data that we have till now, the most popular science action implemented in Romania is biodegradable plastic, a solution to white pollution. Is this science action developed in Romania? And in the next slide, I will try to present as example this science action. So this science action was developed by a colleague from our research institute in Valahia University. Radu Olteanu is his name. And we discussed a lot before developing this science action because we want to respect all the principle of the care no do model, and also we want to have in this science action a set of activities that integrate real life science problem. The problem address must give to the student motivation to learn science concept. We want to stimulate students to discuss science with their family. We want students to apply scientific idea in new concept. Also, there is an opportunity to involve a scientist, engineer, or other expert to work with students. And also, the students are challenged to use their knowledge and skills. So this science action is provided as a package of educational resources. We have a teacher guide, we have a guide for STEM specialists, we have student sheets, experiment sheets, and also we have sheets for homework with families. For this science action, we have a very supportive theoretical background. So we try to explain what is white pollution, what is biodegradable plastics, how this can solve the problem of plastic accumulating in the environment, and so on. As I said previous, we respect the care no do framework. So in the care phase stage, the teacher will introduce this term of white pollution, and the students, after this introduction of the teacher, will go home and with the parents we'll do an experiment. This is a very important aspect that we'll try to introduce in this science action. We want to have experimentation, and in this science action we propose how to create this experiment, create bioplastic in home, in the kitchen with the parents. So this is important for us to do with the children. In the know phase, the teacher introduced the topic about biodegradability of plastic in the environment. We can see also the link with the curriculum. These topics of the curriculum are mostly from the Romanian curricula, but I think there are also similarity with other countries. And in the due phase, of course, the students will create an awareness campaign. So related to this scientific action, I want to emphasize some points. So first one is this science action is very attractive because can be applied in different contexts. Even if the materials seems to be very complex, For example, the teacher guide has 41 pages and is written in a very scientific language. It was a surprise for me why in Romania it's so popular, but maybe some of the teachers can give us some idea at the end. Also, this consistent theoretical background can be linked with different themes in the curriculum. So the teacher has the opportunities to follow different direction, and this science section can be implemented in different subjects in school. As I said previously, this science action proposes an experiment that can take place with parents in our kitchen. As a parent, I can confess I tried to do the experiment and it works. I use my kitchen with my kid, even he didn't follow this science action in school, but it was a very good experience for both of them. Also, this experimentation can continue over a longer period of time because the bioplastic created can be used to create small strips of plastic. In this small strip of plastic, we can insert seeds, let's say, we can put in the pot and see when the seeds germinate, and this can happen over weeks, months. So this experiment can continue a longer period of time. In the end, I want to emphasize some key elements for a successful implementation. One of very important aspect to have a successful implementation is to have a direct contact with the teachers who are implementing science actions. In Romania, we have this privilege because we implemented educational project before. We have a network of teachers created, so this helps us to use this network of teachers to implement in Connect and also to extend the number of teachers through them. It's very important that the teachers and stakeholders which are involved in the educational partnerships for the implementation of science action to have presented at the beginning the objective of the project. So they must know what is the finish, where they must go. Very important is to have regular and pre-announced meetings because everybody is very busy, and we need to have a very good timing when are doing the implementation. Also, it's very important to involve the school headmasters. I think also yesterday we had a position like that. The school headmaster can help to implement at the level of the school the science action. If the school's headmaster opposes, can be a problem. In the Connect project, we try to have with the school an agreement, a pre-signed agreement by the school master, which help us to do the implementation most of the school. We learned over the project that it's better to have small group of teachers in relation with a specific team to implement science action, because it's easier to collaborate and they support each other to implement the science action. And also we discover in Romania that even in the project we develop the science action for the science teacher, and we want the science teachers to implement. We discovered that involvement of the teachers from other subjects can be supportive. For example, in this science section, we have a social format. So we have at some point, let's say, a debate, or we have a campaign at the end in the do phase. So we have example in Romania. when the science subject was introduced by the science teacher, the debate was coordinated with the philosophy teacher, let's say, and the campaign at the end was coordinated with the languages teacher or communication teacher, which helped the students, also the science teacher, to organize this kind of activity. As you can see, also till now, I had a different approach from my previous presenters, but somehow I think we are completing each other. Even if we try to apply the same methodology, the same science action, and we try to evaluate using the same instrument, in fact, in different countries, we have a different perspective on education and also on what we are achieving. In order to implement successfully science action, all the members of the school partnerships must contribute to the achievement of the object. So this is very important that when we construct this partnership, everybody to contribute. And the last conclusion, even we have often different assumption about theoretical perspective. This is not corresponding to the realities from the education system. So most of the time, also in the project at the beginning, we try to think how the teachers will use the science action, how the teacher will react, how the students will react in the science action, but at the end we can see that our assumptions are not okay, real every time. So that's it for me. Thank you very much.
So now I'm going to invite Raquel and Silvar to sit here together because they are presenting now an overview about Brazil. And in fact, we developed a lot of science actions in Brazil, more than the South and the Paraná and the Northeast. But yeah, they will give an...
Okay, hi everyone. Good morning. I'm Silvar. I'm from UNEB, Bahia. And I will present you briefly what we have done in these 2 last years in Connect project. Okay. Here. Okay. Oh. Sorry. Can you help me, Raquel? I will ask Raquel to help me. No. Okay, thank you. Sorry for that. Bom, to be first, this is a map of Bahia. You can see the location in Brazil, in the high left map. Bahia is an enormous state, and you can see in the map where there is the red points where the project is going on. In the list in the right, the cities Araci, Camaçari, Candeias, Irecê, Lapão, Presidente Dutra, Senhor do Bonfim is place where the project is going on, and the others below, Pojuca, Valente, Mata de São João, Jussara, Catu, São Francisco do Conde, are cities where the project will start this year yet, in the second term. You can see as well the distance of the capital. Only 2 cities are close, around 50 kilometers, but you can see 500 kilometers is too far. And we are trying to spread the project around the state. Here you can see the themes. Sorry for don't translate to English. I will try to tell you in English. But these themes are all chosen for the students. We gave the big area, and they chose what to do. Index of green area and the environment and in the healthy, renewable energy, sustainable day by day, robotics, many themes they chose, and the project was chosen by them. Here are people who is supporting the project. I put it in the to show you because it's very important. People who is supporting, they are from the university. You can see our some people of them are here in person. Some represented. I will ask them to stand up just to show you. Please, brasileiros, levantem-se aí só para mostrar como estamos aqui. Ó. It's a big group of Brazil, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's so important because they are supporting the project. They are giving opportunities to the project going on. It is very important to us. And so they came with us to stay here. It was very important. And you can note that the project will raise the numbers, the achievements, because we are the support outside of the university. And you can see in the pictures, I used to show with pictures what is happening in each step. In the step one, the framework cannot do, you can see students outside the school. It's the most important. They are going outside to get to see what is happening, to discover dilemmas, social challenges, to choose what is taught in the school. So you can see even meetings, big auditorium to discuss the themes, to choose what is most important to do. The second step is to know, and it was opportunity to study, to deeply know each subject with scientists, with teachers from the school, with scientists from the university. It was a very, very important step. And the last one, what they do, they take part in scientific exposition, in many activities in the school and outside the school, in public square, to show what they do to make the difference in the education. So that is it. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Raquel. I'm from Curitiba, Brazil. And I'm going to show you a little bit about our experience being a part of Connect in 3 years. We are located in southern Brazil. We are a university, private university in Brazil, located in Curitiba. We are a big state. We are almost the same size as Romaine. And we work with 40 schools in the states of Paraná and 1 school in the state of Santa Catarina, the city of Videira. Here are the cities that we had schools in our state working in Connect, or working with the kernel do. And we can see that we managed to implement in our whole state. Here are some numbers. We had almost 3,000 students participating in Connect, and almost all of them were in public schools, and they were, almost all of them also were in the high school. The age was 15 to 17 years old, and we had some results that I'm going to resume for you. First, the kernel do was a very big challenge for us because we have the curriculum. That is that we have some content that the teachers have to study, to make activities with the students. So, applying the kernel do, trying to reach that schools and that teachers, we could know and share and reflected the teacher part of this project. And so we realized that there are some important points to get from teachers. First of all, review teachers' pedagogical theories and practice, promoting meaningful students' learning, of course, and the third one, establish effective school management. Because, as Silvar said, without the management school, without this relationship that we have, the schools and with the university that we're working, we could not reach all these schools in our reality. And applying kernel do led to reflection by the teachers in the school and a methodological change in the school. We saw that that's real. We saw that as researchers, and the students can better understand the role of science in their lives. So we had a lot of experience with the kernel do. We had some changes in the way to adapt to our reality. Our educational reality in Brazil is different from Europe. So we did some activities with the students. Here are some students doing the care and know part, talking with scientists, and do some research, and going outside of school. This was a really big problem for us after COVID. And to open school was a big challenge for us also. So we just want to thank Connect for everything, for this partnership, for let us experience open schooling and experience open schooling in America. That's what we from Brazil are thank you guys for.
I would like to invite everyone in Connect here for one or two questions. I'm going to, please, can you, the whole group, sit down here before our coffee? I know that everybody would like a coffee break, but yes, we have one or two questions. I'm going to invite my colleague, Gutenkin. Yes, you are invited to facilitate here this debate. I just would like to announce Gutenkin. He is the chair of ESERA this year, and it's a very important role.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's time to generate questions, because yesterday we were talking about students should find solution to problems, also generate questions. So it's your time now, okay? Who want to go first? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Kostis Chalkiodakis. I'm from the Greek group. I would like to I have a question. What is your experience of using someone out of school to talk with the students, an expert? It was easy, it was difficult. Do you know how students cope with it?
Maybe the follow-up, how can we improve this collaboration actually? So first you approach the external partner, expert, or they came to you?
In Brazil, we are a university, so we have all the scientists. In our city, almost everyone is there or made in some partnership with our university. So for us, it was very easy, this relationship with schools, but it was hard to get in the schools. If we didn't have the principal knowledge of the project and this good relationship with the principal, we didn't get in the school. But to get the scientists to involve in the project for us as a university was very easy.
In case Brazilians would like to make questions in Portuguese, please. As you can see, we have more than 30% here of the audience are from Brazil. Yes. Quem está aqui do Brasil, por favor, fique à vontade para fazer perguntas em português, porque nós podemos traduzir. Por favor.
So, do we have any other question? Okay.
Please.
Yes, relating to the previous question, in our case, it was very relevant that we first engaged the students in this process of the system-oriented dialogue model, and when they ended up talking to the other stakeholders, including the professionals, they already had their own knowledge developed that they could share, and that empowered them to have a proper conversation, one-to-one conversation with them. Thank you.
About the same question, okay, go. I go after.
In Greece, we engaged 82 scientists along with the schools. The school mostly the school communicated with the local scientist, the local university, and the scientist was an expert was very keen to talk with the children. Was very keen, and it was this way the scientist was engaged in Connect. We gave him a certification of outreach also, and this was the way that we engaged the 82 scientists and experts.
Hello? About your question, it is very curious because it is too difficult. Scientists are people too busy. It's difficult to get them to go to the school. And it's incredible that the pandemic helped us because we use remote contact. And they could go to the school, to all the places and talk with the students. But sometimes we could invite them to go in person, but it was rarely, not usual, because they are actually too busy and it's difficult to move them to the school. It's the reality.
Of course, Silvar, the technology helped. Yes, because 90% of the communication with the scientists was by technology, by WebEx, by Zoom, and so on.
Maybe we can divide this question into two parts. One, how to approach the scientist. The second part, how to promote the discourse between students and scientists, between teacher and scientists. Pilar yesterday beautifully presented the MOS project. We are also involved in MOS project. One of my PhD students are analyzing the discourse going on within the discussion of scientist session. And we call it Meet the Scientist session. So the result is going to be presented in this conference. We can share the paper. We are working on the paper. We have another question here. Oh, that's good. We have several questions. What we can do, just a second, please. Let's have all the question, and then we can address those, okay? Yeah, with a practical reason.
Bom dia. Eu gostaria de saber se na experiência, durante a experiência, o movimento da experiência, se houve dificuldade com os docentes e como lidaram com essas dificuldades, com esses desafios.
So the question is about the difficulties now. What were the difficulties in each country? But let's wait the 3 questions first.
Bom dia, meu nome é Anderson, eu sou de Irecê, Bahia. Primeiro eu queria agradecer à Prefeitura de Irecê, à Universidade do Estado da Bahia, por proporcionar a gente um momento tão significante. A minha pergunta é a seguinte: desenvolver ciência em pleno sertão baiano tem um grau, um índice de dificuldade, e nós conseguimos chegar aqui. Falamos de escolas periféricas e de professores competentes. Eu queria saber dos colegas dos outros países como é desenvolver ciência, como é falar de tecnologia nessas escolas. Há um grau de dificuldade que a gente pode ter um certo nível de dificuldade em desenvolver o que foi desenvolvido?
Hello. The second question is about how science is discussed in the classroom. So this colleague is feeling very proud that this process of, discuss, connect, bring it to Bahia, and bring lots of people here from Bahia, yes, to this conference to discuss the education means that something's happening in Bahia. The quality of education is changing. But he's very curious about how science is discussed in the classroom. So difficulties and then science discussion in the classroom. Now the other question. Yes, please. 3 questions.
I have the microphone, so I will continue. Okay. So can you give us some clues how we could continue Connect for the next 3 years officially?
Okay, this is 3 good questions. Otherwise, it's too much. Or can we keep 4? Okay, 4 questions in mind. Yes.
This morning, you talked a lot about caring. So my question is about competences. I don't know in what level of school they worked in other countries. We worked in basic education and high school. But how caring in other countries contribute to developing the project?
Great. Let's start the answers.
Who want to answer the first question?
How about all of them? We can talk, all of them. Yes, it started Tony. How about you? We start here, and everybody talks.
Okay, I think I'll just address the question of the difficulties, because clearly one thing that's very difficult is to get the school engaged. I think in comparison, most things are quite easy. So that's what we've learned, really, is that to focus on the challenge of turning the project into something the schools want to do, and you've seen many solutions for that. So that seems to be the one big obstacle. Other than that, scientists are terrifically interested. They have a lot to offer. It's not so difficult to set up communications, and it's not so difficult to create resources through teachers, through developers. So I think we have to face the main challenge.
Thank you. So I will try to respond how the science, how science is discussing in the classroom. In the Romanian, in the last years, when we are entering in the European Union, we had many projects that promote science education. We were also involved for many years in this kind of project. So many of our teachers already know different new subjects like responsible research and innovation, problem solving, and so on. So from this point of view, the discussion relating to the science in science class, it's aligned somehow with the new ideas promoted in the European Union, in Romania.
I want to ask to respond to the two questions. The one that how science was discussed, and what kind of competencies or skills was developed. As by the questionnaires that the teachers and students responded, it was and from the guidelines that we give teachers to create resources, a project-based approach or inquiry-based or problem-based approach was implemented. So I think that the competencies that were developed was not only hard skills but soft skills, presenting, designing, setting goals, communicating, collaborating, all of these things.
Yeah, I think we got a notice saying we need to finish in 2 minutes, maybe.
No, but wait, we needed to the microphone needs to get there. Yes.
Maybe we should hear ladies' voice as well, woman's voice. Yeah.
Answering some of the questions, I think connecting with the teacher, the coaches connecting with the teachers, the researchers connecting with the teachers, let the teachers know about the project, know about what difference the project can make in the class with the students, engage the students, connect the students, the school with scientists. That was the difficult part, that was our challenging, that was the care part that we work with the project.
So, about the difficult, I'll speak a little bit in Portuguese because there are two questions in Portuguese. As dificuldades maiores foram vencidas pela facilidade da metodologia. A metodologia do Connect ela é muito prática. E as fases que é no do ajudam o professor a assimilar rápido. E outra coisa, o professor que pratica, ele se torna coach e ele vai ajudar os outros. Nós temos aqui Anderson, que foi o primeiro professor, acho que foi um dos mais importantes no Brasil, na Bahia, pelo menos, eu posso dizer isso. Ele aprendeu, assimilou e ajudou os colegas, assim como outros também. So, sorry for
Just to summarize, it's about the easy way, the care no-do as a simple methodology that the teachers, the students, everybody could adopt in brands, yes, and advocate.
And maybe last summary, let's say, in a few sentences.
Yes, regarding the last question on competencies, what we believe is that it's very important that students can choose the competencies that they want to develop, and for that reason, having this repository of activities where they can choose based on a previous analysis of the situation and their needs, I think it's critical, and this is what we are exploring with our methodology. Another question was about the continuity of Connect and open schooling in general. I think that's a very important question. Our experience is that it may work if you focus on a particular challenge and you partner with existing networks that are dealing with that challenge. There are already networks of sometimes mostly professionals that are trying to solve the problem. Sometimes they are not interconnected yet, so it's an opportunity to interconnect them and also with young people in schools and together contribute better to solve the problem. That's what we have done in health here, and we managed to get funding from the health department, not from the Department of Education. The Department of Education is also enrolled, but actually the money is coming from the health department. So I think there is an opportunity to bring money into education from other departments and even other stakeholders, not only administration, if you focus on a particular challenge.
Thank you very much. Maybe a personal reflection, just a personal reflection. I think we have several questions. So in our next sessions, maybe we should have more time for Q&A. And other part, I realized from yesterday's session and today, open schooling projects are a kind of project humanizing science, actually. So this is the very important message, humanizing science part, your question about the care part. But the other issue is that the feature of scientific inquiry and features of scientists are quite explicit in these projects, so that's why it's very important. Thank you very much.
So to finalize, because we will be discussing in the coffee break what's the next, yes, how to carry on. A picture here, please, if you could stand up. And Gultenken, if you could be near Patricia, please, you are part of this community in the picture. So let's raise our hands. Let's raise our hands for next step in Connect. Thank you very much. Thank you. So coffee break is going to be announced by George here.
Just an announcement. Please note that there is a change in the room also today. The online agenda, again, is the absolute place to go and see the correct rooms. Instead of the Delta room, today we are using the auditorium, which is right next to this room. So it's just in front of the coffee break. Thank you.
Envíame la cotización. Pasan meses y...
That's fine? Oh, super. Yeah, usually I do not have the opportunity to speak with microphones because I have a voice very loud, so it's not a problem for me, but you know, this is the rule here. So welcome to our session. I'm very glad to see you again. And I'm Gabriel from Romania, and together with my colleague Anna, we try to manage a session concerning open schooling for science careers and labor markets in transition, an important issue, and we can raise a lot of questions, maybe several answers here, according to what's happening now in the society, in labor market. In this period related to post-COVID, you know, there is also a priority for we Europeans related to transitions, the green transition, recovering from COVID period. So important issues that have been raising a lot of discussions at European level and also at national level. Interesting is how can we support the labor market together to this big challenge, open schooling one. And in the previous session, we hear about several good practices and what's happening in the countries who introduce the concept of open schooling in education. So now we have 5 speakers in this session. So I will ask you to stay in 12 minutes, if possible. In this way, we'll be able, in the end of the session, for almost 10 minutes, to have also a short session of discussion. And let's start, Anna. Do you want to complete? Mike, green one.
I just want to say that yesterday, few keynotes highlighted a list of competencies that the students must gain during their studies in order to be a proper individual on the future labor market. Today, on this session, we are expecting to see more particular aspects related to this topic. I know that 4 of the 5 presentations that we'll see in this session are from Romania, and a few of them are focused on how Connect was able to help students to see maybe more friendly science education and science careers. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I think we can,
we can start now. And of course, we are in Europe now, but we have also a friend of us from overseas, from Jamaica. And I invite Mr. Tashfeen Ahmad from University of West Indies, from Kingston, Jamaica. Jamaica is a nice country for us. Yeah, we know Jamaica from Bob Marley, not only. So the presentation is related to artificial intelligence, and the title is Developing Youth Leadership in the Digital World, an Eye on Artificial Intelligence. You can sit here, you can stay there, whatever you want. The floor is yours for 12 minutes.
Thank you very much for warm welcome, Professor. Appreciate it. Hello, everyone. My name is Tashfeen, coming from the University of the West Indies, Jamaica. I work as a planning officer in their strategic department and also lecture in my spare time. So as our colleague just mentioned, I just came last night, so I was unable to attend the keynote and those things which you must have heard. Our colleague just mentioned competencies, something on that. To me, the most important competency which people need to really gain is the ability to learn on their own, yeah, ability to adapt and adopt. That is what is coming to my mind. Of course, you guys are more knowledgeable than me, so you would have your own take on that. Yeah. So now I would like to talk about developing youth leadership in the digital world, an eye on AI, artificial intelligence. How to move the slides?
Yeah, you have the presenter left, right. It's okay.
Okay. So I would like to talk a little bit about artificial intelligence. What are the things which technology, this type of technology is already doing and what would be the impact on that, and then maybe talk a little bit about how I was able to find some insight into how to prepare students, youth for the future of work, maybe something on those lines. So here is a little statistics for us to reflect on. 300 million jobs could be affected by latest wave of artificial intelligence. 300 million jobs. Yeah? Technology is disrupting all different type of jobs. From making PowerPoints and latest thing, not very latest, but like within last 6 months, ChatGPT, how it has really changed many things. Yeah? So here we are talking about 300 million jobs. Almost everyone is going to get affected. Even doctors, even lawyers. I was looking at some information about courts, judges. One of the judge in one country used ChatGPT to help him analyze his decision. Yeah, that's very, very interesting. Yeah? I'm going to talk briefly about what are some of the things which artificial intelligence is already doing. Yeah? Human beings can read, yes. AI can also read, but AI can read very fast. Just like we use Google, it search very fast, it read very fast. Facebook has been using AI to sort content. All these digital mediums like Instagram and all those things, they are using these type of technologies. Yeah? How many people work for Instagram? How many people really work for Facebook? If you run the statistics, it's not that many. And the companies are very big. Yeah? Write. Human beings can write. Creativity. ChatGPT can write also. Yeah? But here, not just write, but write novels. What it takes to write novel. Creativity, idea generation, those type of things. Yeah? And not just write novels, win prizes. Yeah? Many companies are using these type of technologies, writing 850 articles in 1 year. Washington Post is using a bot to do that. Yeah, human beings can also write, but can we write 850 articles? A journalist can write 850 articles a year. How many it is per day? 3. Maybe they can write. Maybe someone can write that, but it's going to exhaust them. So think about these type of things. See, yeah, human beings can see. AI can also see. And companies, top 500 companies in the world, 4 out of them are using artificial intelligence to interview from start to finish. Even take the interview. Using the camera, they look at the interviewee and look at their facial expressions and analyze if they are being truthful, honest, or they are lying. Yeah? Those type of things. So how that will impact various jobs. AI can detect Alzheimer's in brain scans 6 years before a diagnosis. Yeah, just looking at the trends. Yeah, very interesting. Radiologists. I was reading this latest research article on radiology, and they were saying there is basically no need to really get studies of radiologists anymore because the AI can do a better job. Yeah. AI is passing the exam of radiologists, of lawyers. Yeah. Yeah. So in this context, basically we want to understand that, as our colleague mentioned, which competency, how to prepare for future of work. Yeah. AI can smell. AI designed with a sense of smell to detect illnesses from human breath. You can Google search AI creating perfumes, for example. Yeah, it takes a special nose for those people who create smells. Yeah, so AI is doing that. This is very interesting. Touch. This fruit picking robot can pick up to 25,000 raspberries a day, and it could someday replace human workers. So you can see that robotic arm. It has the lens there. It looks at the raspberries. It looks if it is ready to be plucked, and then it touches it in a way that it plucks it in a way so it don't get spoiled, those type of things. 25,000 a day. Can human beings do that? I don't think so, but maybe some can, but it's more easy to get this. Yeah, and the price of these technologies getting less over a period of time. So what is the what human beings need to prepare for then. Creativity, they have been saying creativity is something which maybe is specific to human beings. That's not true. Yes, we have maybe better creativity than AI in some sense, yes. But AI is also creative in its own way. Yeah. GE, they are cutting the product design time in half. If a human being is going to take 6 months to create the design, AI is doing it in half time. Yeah. Give AI the data of different styles of chairs and give it some feedback on that, and it will create a new design of chairs. Creativity. Emotions, we have been saying that they can't understand emotions. But if you think about it, AI is really able to understand our emotions. I would argue more than our best friends or even parents. Because think about Instagram. Instagram is run on artificial intelligence. You go on Instagram feed, you look at some pictures, and it starts giving you the type of content which you are going to like. And it's pretty accurate. How it is able to do that? AI. Yeah. So it understands you. During the times of COVID-19, when it was on the peak, many people were able to use bots also who could afford. There are studies coming out now. You can look into that. Yes, they were expensive at that time. They still are. But the price has significantly gone down. 2 years ago, I think it was 22,000. Now, the last time I checked, a month ago, it was like 10,000 or something like that, about. So it is going to come down. Yeah. Read your mind. Yeah. AI can read your mind. And I'm going to show you this one. Like, for example, this guy is paralyzed. He can't use his arms, and he's thinking. And what he's thinking, it's writing there. On TED, the scientist behind it, he gave his talk, and he demonstrated all of those things. Yeah. Yeah. So in this context, how to prepare youth and those type of things. So for that, I did some research. I looked at some universities which said that they are preparing students for the future. They claimed very clearly, without any ambiguity, on their websites, in their course programs, that we are the ones who are preparing students for the future of work. So I looked at all over the world first and found out universities which are claiming that they are. Not just claiming, then I went in depth on their website to see some proof also, and then when I was satisfied, then I shortlisted those universities. But this presentation, I'm going to only talk about Canadian universities. Yeah? So these are some of the universities, based on my research, that they do fall under the category that they are doing things which are preparing students for the future of work. And the employability reports coming from employers in Canada, they also verify that the graduates coming out of it, they are more prepared, relatively speaking, than other universities. So on the left-hand side is the Times Higher ranking from Canada. So these are in the Times Higher also. Oh, no, sorry. On the right-hand side of the rank, where it says rank, that is the Times Higher ranking in Canada. So according to Times Higher ranking, in Canada, University of Toronto is #1, and University of Waterloo is #10 in Canada, according to Times Higher rankings. Yeah? So this is what it is. So then we sent emails to the management. They were willing to speak. We took 30 to 45 minutes interviews, top leadership, transcribed them, took out themes from those, that type of basic thing. Out of those, these are the recommendations which came. Pretty basic. Nothing, you're not going to learn anything new, I'm sure. Yeah? But still, this is what it is. Yeah? #1, global citizenship skills. Globalization, they are saying, is very high coming from these universities. Include content that focus on building awareness about the wider world. Not just stay in your continent, go into other continents, go in Africa, see what is happening there, what are they lacking. Yes, I was talking with our colleague there, Open School he's talking about, and he's involved in those projects. Yes, but there are many other places where there is no concept and a lot of opportunities for you guys. You can go and open school in Jamaica and target the influential people in Jamaica. They will be willing to pay for that type of education for their students, for their children. Yeah. So on a wider scale, thinking outside of the regular things. Sustainability, basically, SDG goals, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I think there are 14 or something. So look, 17, thanks for correcting me. Yeah, so look into those and try to focus on that in your curriculum. Any course you are teaching in international business management, link it with those SDG goals. Thanks for correcting me. 17 they are, yeah. Innovation, creativity, skill. Include content that fosters skills required for innovation, creativity, systems analysis. Any course you are doing. You are teaching strategy, give them those type of assessments which are going to look into this. Yeah, service learning. Send your students in the community, give them the project, let them find what the problem is in that area, and then come out and then try to solve it. So basically they are saying rote learning is gone, like memorizing some definition and then, coming out and writing it in the exam paper. That period is long gone. Yeah. Technical skills, of course, basic Java, C++, HTML, these things should be basic. Any student, no matter they are studying psychology, it doesn't matter. They are becoming doctor, it doesn't matter. Everyone has to learn languages. That is it. Everyone has to learn languages. That is it. Major languages in the world. Chinese, you are not teaching your student Chinese. You're not preparing for the future. That's it. Not taking away anything from Spanish. It's a very important language. I realize that. Interpersonal skills, yeah, empathy, cooperation, negotiation, these type of things. Very important. Incorporate them in the assessment. That is what they were saying. And then they were giving a lot of examples on that, how they are incorporating it. That is basically what they are doing. Yeah. A lot of interaction. Lectures time, gone. A lecturer don't come and just speak and run the PowerPoint slides like I'm doing. This time is over. Forget about it. If you are going to do this, you don't have to come here from Jamaica. Send your slides. They will be emailed to all participants. They will read. That's it. Why are you here? There's no point. Yeah. Personalized, they were very heavy on. This is the future. Personalized and self-paced learning. So you can't, all 35, 50 students in class, not all of them, you do. Not the same way of learning for everyone. Personalized. Yeah. And there were universities in Canada, the top ones, they are doing those type of things. Yeah. Diverse individual needs. First, try to identify what they already know. Try to identify what they want to be. Match those things. Don't teach them what they already know. That type of thing. Teach them, build on what they already know. Basically. Yeah? Number 6, lifelong student-driven learning. You never graduate. There is nothing like graduation day. Nothing. Graduation parties and you never graduate. Take out from your mind that mindset that, okay, I've graduated, now I can. No, you have to keep on learning. Lifelong learning. Yeah? And last one, problem-based, collaborative learning, team-based learnings. Yeah? Make people able to work with other people who are coming from different continents, different languages, different way of doing things, those type of things. Yeah? And I'm going to end my presentation here with this quote. The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. And I'm going to add something now to this. is the job of what was the title of the presentation? Yeah. What was just allow me one more minute and I'm going to close. Developing youth leadership in the digital world. Yeah. Developing youth. Who develops youth? Universities. In universities, who develop youths? Lecturers, teachers. Yeah. If they are not passionate about what they are doing, they are not worth their salt to stand here and lecture students. If they don't have that drive, that empathy, if they don't really want to prepare students for the future of work, if that type of thing is not there and if it is just a job for them, as university administrators and so on, we should look into that. That passion, that drive, that link, that eye on the future, those are some of the key things which all lecturers should have. And finally, students, they have to take the thing in their own hand. It's a lifelong learning. They have to find out what they are passionate about, interested in, something which they can keep on reading about throughout their life. Something on those lines. Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. If we have any questions, I don't know what is the protocol, maybe later on.
Yes, the protocol is that the questions will be in the final part of the session. Thank you very much, Ahmad. By sure, the future will have to take into consideration artificial intelligence, not just in labor market, but with great priority in education. It is so important. So we pass now to the following presentation, and I invite here Francesca Coșoveanu from Voivodul Mircea High School, Târgoviște, and she presents science career through the eyes of teenagers aged 16 to 18 years old. Please, Franci, you have 10 minutes for that.
It's on? Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Francesca Coșoveanu. I'm from Voivodul Mircea High School, and it is an honor for me to be here today to present to you my paper on a science career through the eyes of teenagers aged 16 to 18 years old. Sorry. To begin with, the Connect project was implemented during 3 years at Voivodul Mircea High School in partnership with Valahia University of Târgoviște. And it comes as an important support for our teachers in order to help them providing innovative educational resources to help students aim towards science and sciences career. During the implementation, 7 teachers were involved from different areas, like entrepreneurial education, biology, chemistry, economics, environment protection, and geography, and students from 9th to 12th grade were selected in order to take part in this project. The students were from mathematics, informatics, natural sciences, and environment protection. It was important to apply the STEM ideas that the Connect project offers because history tells us that since the scientific revolution of the 16th century, leading to the industrial revolution of the 19th century, history shows this with all of these things that science is an important element of the society evolution, leading to the development and progress of human mankind. After the implementation, it was important to determine the impact, the effects that the project had on our students, especially regarding their future career plans. So in May 2023, I conducted an online survey targeting students aged 16 to 18 years old. The questionnaire was formed of 17 questions, 15 questions in order to determine the results, and 2 more questions in order to determine the research sample. 46 students out of 70 gave their consent in order to take part in this survey. I started the research from 3 hypotheses, which I'm going to present along this presentation. The survey started with a basic question, which was intended to discover what are students' opinions and views regarding a science career. Almost 61% of our students consider that it is an interesting idea. The first hypothesis is that more than 70% of the students involved in the project would like to have a science career. And this thing was verified with question number 2, which shows that almost 73.9% of our students would like to have a science career. And this thing is very gratifying because it shows that the Connect project was very beneficial towards the future career plans of our students. The second hypothesis is that more than 30% of our students involved in the project would choose a science career in the field of biology. We know that science careers offer a large and complex palette of choices. So I took all these choices and I tried to group them into 5 major fields. After the survey, 54.3% of our students would like to have a science career in the field of biology and chemistry, and 26.1% in the field of robotics and computer science. The next questions take all these 5 fields and try to see how interesting different jobs are in a certain field. So from the field of biology and chemistry, 47.8% of our students would like to have a career in the field of biology, and 32.6% in the field of food science. From the field of environment and ecology, 52.2% would like to have a career in the field of ecology, and 30.4% in the field of climate science. From the field of robotics and computer science, 37% would choose a career in the field of technology and communicating systems, 28.2% informatics, and 21.7% robotics. From the field of electrical and industrial engineering, 37% will choose industrial energy, 32.6% renewable energy technology, and 30.4% electrical engineering. The last field, mathematics and statistics, 34.8% will choose economics, 26.1% will choose statistical research, and 23.9% will choose market research. I was curious to see if our students consider that there is a future and if society can be developed and can evaluate through science. So 91.3% of our students consider that science is an element of society development. I was also curious and I tried to determine why a teenager today would like to have a science career. What are his reasons? So I asked question number 10, and 37% chose that the worlds need a change, and they see science as being that element of change. 30.4% would choose for financial security, and also with the same percentage, they will choose because it is a good career opportunity. Let's see, is there a future for a science career? Well, for our students, 89.1% consider that there is. Role models play an important element in a child's evolution, and of course in teenager is very important. So I wanted to see if students know people who work in the science field, and 63% of our students think that they know people, while 37% they don't. Also during the Connect activities, we try to get the families more closer to our students and their educational process. So students had different tasks, homeworks to do with their families at home. Also, we invited people from different NGOs who promote sustainability to come and speak to our students. Our students also visited the university where they had a chance to speak with scientists. The third and last hypothesis is that more than 50% of our students involved in the project think that the labor market offers more opportunities for sciences careers. Nowadays, young people have the tendency of frequently changing their jobs. So I wanted to see if our students consider that it's easier to find a job in this field, in the field of science, and 65.2% of our students think that it's easier than in other fields, while 34.8% consider that don't. I was also curious to determine if our students have any information regarding the labor market in Romania, especially concerning sciences careers. And 73.9% of our students consider there are many jobs in the science field, while 26.1% disagree with this. With the last question, I wanted to determine the level of difficulty that a science career requires. And for this, I use a Likert scale from 1 to 5, where 1 means very easy and 5 means very difficult. 30.4% of our students consider that it's difficult to have a science career because it involves a lot of work and responsibilities. 28.3% consider that it's a mild difficulty, while 26.1% think that's very difficult. The research sample, as I was saying at the beginning of the presentation, there were students aged 16 to 18 years old, with a percentage of 45.7% having 17 years old, then 16, and then 18 years old. For the gender of this survey, and this is very curious and interesting to find out, that 60% were girls, while 30% were boys. This also means that the Connect project helped our young girls have the courage and the determination to follow a science career, because young girls nowadays usually tend to avoid science's career. Our students were more keen in having a science career after the implementation of the project, because they got to know more information and knowledge regarding science and science's career, and also because they developed new abilities and competencies by taking part in different tasks and activities. And this project was also like a career guidance and helped them with their career plans. As I was saying, the students had 16 to 18 years old, so they were from 10th and 11th grades, from the fields of mathematics, informatics, natural sciences, and environment protection. And I specifically chose this group age, 16 to 18 years old, and 10, 11th grade, because I want to be able to help them in the future with their career plans. So next school year, we're going to continue our discussion, and we'll see if they want to follow and go to a university in the science field. In a nutshell, science has been and it will always be the future. And since the young people are those who are going to shape the future, having them oriented towards science and wanting them to have a science career proves that the ideas and methods of open schooling that the Connect project offers were very beneficial to them. And honestly, I strongly recommend that similar projects should be conducted in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So take care of time, please. And due to the fact that biology was mentioned many times in the presentation, I invite a teacher of biology here, Mihaela Angel from Tudor Vladimirescu School. So we are down from high school to a secondary school. Here is the presenter. The name of the presentation is the role of coaching in supporting schools to adopt open schooling.
Hello everyone, I'm Mihaela Angel from Tudor Vladimirescu Secondary School, Târgoviște, Romania. I'm very glad to be here and at the same time nervous. My presentation has two parts. First of all, I'll talk about coaching, and this it's a link with open schooling. And then I'll talk about my experience with the implementation of Connect project unit. Let's start with coaching. Why I've chosen to explore the relationship between coaching and open schooling. I have some reasons. Coaching is a learning context, and is a learning context closer to the natural way of learning, both for young people and for teachers. I have been a teacher for 16 years, and more recently I became a coach. I mean a life coach. I believe in the power of coaching in supporting the successful implementation of open schooling. We know know now, after yesterday's presentations, that open schooling is a broad concept, and there are many ways to get there. I think coaching could be one of them. I want to say some words about coaching definition, and I'll use the International Coaching Federation definition. ICF defines coaching as partnering with clients in a thought-provoking and creative process that inspires them to maximize their personal and professional potential. The process of coaching often unlocks previously untapped sources of imagination, productivity, and leadership. We all have goals we want to reach, challenges we're striving to overcome, and times when we feel stuck. Partnering with a coach can change our lives, setting on a path to greater personal and professional fulfillment. And this is not just a definition. I was a coaching client, and I can say coaching have changed my life in better and better. So coaching is not training, is not mentoring, it's something different. How can teachers benefit from coaching in embracing open schooling? There are various ways in which coaching can support teachers within the context of open schooling. For example, skill development, emotional support, networking and collaboration, motivation, and confidence building. By working closely with coaches, teachers can enhance their pedagogical skills, creating engaging learning experience with the open schooling framework, learn how they can take alliance and organize better, manage their time, energy, and emotions. Coaching being a tailor-made process is more likely to be effective, and we need effective approaches for the future of open schooling. How can students benefit from coaching in the context of open schooling? Coaching can also provide valuable support to students, addressing their individual needs and assisting them in navigating the challenges of self-directing learning. Drawing from my and other coaches' experience, I can say that students are more open to learn through coaching than through classic teaching. Coaching can help students to better focus and not be distracted so easily, and we know that nowadays to focus is a big challenge. Understand the context of open schooling, take the ownership of their learning process, and I saw in the yesterday presentations that ownership and empowerment are outcomes for both coaching and open schooling. Coaching can help students make learning plans, testing solutions for their challenges, take alliance in this process. Students coaching can be group coaching or one-to-one coaching, and I know that a mix of group and one-to-one coaching is the most effective. And now some words about implementation of the unit rewilding of the Connect project. I chose this unit because I'm a biology teacher and because of its connection to the contents and the competencies of the biology curriculum. I introduced the unit to my students during the Green Week, a week dedicated in Romania to actions connected to climate change and environment protection. First activity was about understanding the scientific context and allowed children to care about the issue. We started by watching a video about rewild in the UK, and the students were stunned to find out that certain animals that thrive in the wild in Romania have already disappeared in the UK. All students were informed that they will have to create a campaign to convince the public to vote for one of these animals: the beaver, the bison, the wolf, and the lynx. In the end, I used the presentation about rewilding in the UK. We read in the classroom the information about each animal, and students' home task was to read the animal please, to discuss with their families about animals who are candidates for rewilding, and to choose one. Later the same day, we had an activity with a STEM professional from Valachia University of Târgoviște, one of our friends. She explained the concept of rewilding, make a presentation about rewilding in Romania, and introduced the film Why Romania. It's a great film. You can find it on the internet. Students were very excited to work with a scientist, and even at the beginning they were shy. Then they asked many questions. Next, the students presented their choice and reasons and voted one animal from the list. An important part here is that each student gave the reasons for voting one animal or another. And the winner was the bison. Next activity was about wolf rewilding. We explored a case study about rewilding wolves in Yellowstone. I used a presentation about wolf rewilding as well as a video. Students learned to apply feeding relationship to a new context. They analyzed the food web with and without the wolves. Another day, we left the classroom and visited the bison reservation from our county. That was the most wow activity for children and also for me. Students saw bison for the first time in their lives and met the gentle giant, the Europe's largest land animal. Here we benefited from the presence of another specialist, the head of the forest district, who shared information about bisons and the reservations. There in the forest, the students tested what they had learned using thinking guide wolves. All students enjoyed the trip a lot, and I know this state allowed them to learn better. I chose to test them because testing is a very important part of the learning process. And why in the forest? Because learning is state dependent, and I use it. Here you have more pictures from that trip, and I would like to share with you. I would like you to feel the students' enthusiasm, emotions through these pictures. Back in the classroom, we studied a unit about beavers. I used again a presentation, and students learned the skill, weight, evidence to support the claim. Very, very important competencies for them and also for we, the adults. We used a simple non-scientific example, the claim that a band called TBS was the most successful music act of the last year, so we mixed formal learning with fun. And it's the moment for the campaign. In the classroom, the students started to prepare the campaign's presentation and then worked as they pleased in groups or by themselves. At home, some of them were lucky to be assisted by their parents. In the classroom, we created a nice atmosphere with balloons, green clothes, bison-shaped badges, and messages with "Vote the Bison," all created by kids. It was a difficult period because it was a teacher strike, and I was about to give up the campaign, and I asked students what they want, and they said, we want to do the campaign, and we did the campaign. Students presented their work in front of their colleagues, teachers, and parents, trying to convince them that the bison should be rewilded. It was a great atmosphere. Students were excited and at the same time nervous. I can understand them now, being here. Here you have some students' feedback. We had also difficult times challenges, but the feedback it's positive and encouraging. Families were involved into activities, the challenge and the campaign. And the final thought, it was a fantastic chance for me to implement a Connect project unit. I learned a lot of things, my students learned a lot of things. I think the units are well designed and the project can make a difference in the scientific literacy of students, and it can also reduce the gap between schools and local community. The project can achieve its goal to make science education more accessible and more appealing to the students. If you are a teacher, please give it a try to Connect project. And if you didn't try coaching as a client, give it also a try. Thank you for listening.
So thank you very much. Good to know that when a lot of teachers are in strike in Romania, somebody took care about developing a science action in a school. Now we are moving from Târgoviște to Petrila. Petrila is a city in Jiu Valley. Maybe you heard about that. A zone, an area where coal mining was very effective in the past times. So here we have Nicoleta Cândea, which is a physics teacher in Constantin Brâcuș High School in Petrila. And her presentation is the impact of Open Schooling and Connect project on students' future careers, please.
Okay. Thank you so much because I am here. My name is Nicoleta Cândea. I'm from Petrila, like our facilitator tell me. I want to change a little bit my presentation because what I say here, it's something which I pass with my students and with my friends, with my colleague and another teacher and something like this. And I want to bring here, in fact, the voice of my students. So for this, I want to tell you about this. So I choose this title on this section because I have a great results with my students, like international project. I want to say welcome and thank you for joining us today. And here there are some words about what means Connect. But for me now Connect, it's more like that 5 or 6 countries from this project Connect. It's more country, which means Connect. So is the video? Okay, I want to start with a video. It's not the music from the video. Now it's okay. I want to explain something about it. You can put only the video, please, because it's too sound. Only the video. Open your eyes, Milena and Radu. It's important to say something about this video and the career of the students. Okay. Okay, thank you. You can put the video, please. I think it's a sound near presentation. It was one. It's okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, just a little bit. Okay. It's 2 minutes.
See the gentle waters flow on the crystal sand below. Hear them echo as the sailors row, 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 row. To the north, the golden seas never seem to fail our needs. As long as the sun will shine, we will all be fine, fine, fine. We just came here today. We feel so happy to say, open your eyes and see the stars. Why can't we just heal all the scars? Pollution, war, and violence. Why do we all stay in silence? If you could only realize, you need to open your eyes. See the mountains way up high, reaching far into the sky. Scraping clouds where only birds can fly. We're waiting for the day when we will learn to live in harmony. All the peace and love we found can make the world go round, round, round. We live on a green land. Its beauty has no end. Open your eyes and see the stars. Why can't we just heal all the scars? Pollution, war, and violence. Why do we all stay in silence? We can make it all work if we stay together and be all so strong. Peace should guide us, love beside us. If we try together, we can make everything better for us. If we just open our eyes.
I chose this song because it was the winner video, which allowed us to go in the United Nations in 2012 in Rio de Janeiro and perform during the open session. And this video changed me a lot because anything what you do in this video, it was made only the students. Non-teacher helped them, and it was like hobby. Milena, the girls which play, the parents pay special lessons because she sing in the room. But Radu, in the way to Rio, I asked how many years you study music. And he told me in this way, I learned by myself from the internet because my parents say to study science and don't music. And the boy which created the movie loved so much to make the movie, and also it was a hobby, and he won all the competition from Romania, but don't study in the school. study from the internet, study outside the school, and now they, all these guys study in England. They finish their studies. They are now in the big position. So this make me to think in another way how need to do like teacher. How need to help there to find jobs, because today it's very hard to find the jobs. What to do, what to study, what university to go, what I like to do. So little by little, I heard about Erasmus, I heard about another project, I was in many other projects, and I was in robotics. And I want to show, this is what it's our school. I want to present the second video. The second video, it's video games create for here. I think it works. It was created exactly for this project. Because in this project we receive a lot of materials for teachers or for students to apply in the class in our activities. And because we was involved in the project with Cambridge about video games, we think to create something about green energy. So idea of my students, it was to create video games where have a ship which stay in the planet, we call Petila planet, and that device need to go in the universe and to explore the universe, but like the plane can go, they need to have a battery. For create this battery, they need to find some minerals, and in fact the video games is to collect all the minerals like the plane can go. So this was the, okay. This was for this Connect project. And now, with our students in our area, we already have a place where we create a robotic hub in the old factory of coal. And now we also select to go in Brussels and to present our project to get found and to develop our activity in robotics. But anything, it's outside of the school. But it's a point which I want to mention now. I let the students to talk. The leader of students, it was in Detroit in 2018.
One of the problems was the education we were receiving to the old system and how we can find an alternative.
We wanted to have all of the students in our area learn about robotics and help them change for the better.
And that's how we started hearing about the robotics stuff, the place where everyone can work and learn.
This is the place where we receive to, okay. And also together with Greenpeace, we plant the tree around the area. And I think it was important, like connect to tell about this point. The students usually very boring in the schooling, and it's very hard to learn science. But if you teach science like a story, it's more important. There is now a lot another teacher using this. So, for example, if you say to the students, okay, you wake up in the morning because the hormone melatonin is responsible for this. When the light comes, melatonin make like you wake up. Maybe the students learn in another way the science. But if you come to give a formula, and to make the problem say, oh, teacher is boring, I don't understand nothing, okay? And I had a very good experience now in Finland, in Sweden, when I heard by the students that in summer they take a lot of melatonin drugs because they need to sleep, and in the winter they drink more coffee because they need to stay awake. Okay, thank you so much, and I want to give
Thank you. And Now we have to hear the voice of the County Inspectorate, and I invite Mr. Inspector Valentin Stancu from the County Inspectorate of Dâmbovița County with a presentation related to innovation in education across Europe. 1 project, 8 institutions, 9 training topics, hundreds of teachers involved.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here. I don't know how many times, how much time, 10 minutes, thank you. Okay, so as I told you, I'm coming from, as the professor told you, I'm coming from the County School Inspectorate in Dâmbovița, but for the beginning, I would like to ask you to tell me, what do you see? What do you see in this picture? The top of a head. Black rice. A desert. Yeah, so there are so many perspectives about the same thing. It was the head of an elephant, and I'm trying to talk about different perspectives. So like an elephant, you know, it depends on who is watching, who is touching. So there's many perspectives on the same thing. Yeah, this way, I told you that I'm coming from Dâmbovița County, so I'm a geography teacher too, so I need to show you where is Romania and where is Dâmbovița County. Romania has 41 counties plus Bucharest, the capital, and I'm coming from Târgoviște, the residence, the capital of this region. So coming back to the multiple perspectives, we were writing an European project and implementing for 3 years about innovation in education across Europe. Inside of these projects, there were 8 institutions, similar with County Inspectorate, like educational departments in 7 European countries, because in Turkey was 2 authorities, different authorities. And we talk a little about what the teachers and what the students should have nowadays in this 21st century. So I will explain a little each intellectual output. It was a methodology. Each country or each institution had to develop an intellectual output, and the other institution had to apply to pilot, and then to have a common result. In intellectual output. The first was improving the quality of teaching, learning and assessment in STEAM curriculum, and it was made by UK, Wales, and then piloting in Dâmbovița County in some classes, you know, like STEAM, talking about an eye, the visual thing, and then including the art of making an eye at classes, or a picture, and how do you see, or other activities for students. The intellectual output, the second intellectual output, equipping teachers to tackle radicalization and extremism. Inside of this project, we talk about, I don't know, prioritizing radicalization nowadays. And Turkey, the region is Konya, in center of Turkey. They choose to look more on the internet, because a part of the extensive change in people's life that internet brought. Nowadays, we have some big problems with extremism, with using internet for bad things, and there are a lot of analyses that show that internet nowadays is a way to do very, very bad things. So we look a little about this and apply it in our schools and talk with our students and then make parents aware of danger inside of this if they don't look after their students, their children. The third intellectual output, well-being of teacher, head teachers, but not well-being as we talked yesterday at the table. I told you that there are different perspectives, of course, but we are looking at well-being as stress management and burnout, because a lot of head teachers and teachers face this stress management, and the Greece was responsible for material and some training for our teachers and head teachers, and we discover a trianthropod type psychedelis model from Greece. Like a simple way to understand it is that we can have some categories: alpha, beta, gamma, or A, B, C, learners center, and the teachers can be included in some categories, like those three, like A is learner-centered practices, do not follow the curriculum to the letter, analyze the key points without details. A B teacher is teacher-centered, follow the curriculum, analyze with many details. Or a C teacher, combine learner-centered and teaching-centered, and enrich the curriculum with their own assignments, clean the details, and insist on their own views or position. And we discover a lot of things to do if you are an A and you want to improve your activities, or you are a B or you are a C, by giving them an outline of the lesson and a few keywords, B-type, clear instructions so that no new questions arise, and C-type, giving instruction prioritizing what they should do. Okay, the fourth intellectual output is adapting teaching technique for students with additional learning needs. Spain, Galicia, the region was the the coordinator of these activities and intellectual output. And we focus on communication because the special needs students need to communicate. A man is alive to the extent that he can communicate. So we were trying to apply in our schools. In fact, in Dumovica, we have a special needs, only one special needs schools for severe and medium additional needs, disadvantages, and the other are in the normal schools, in the mass schools. So we were trying to communicate using what we have. So the students need to communicate even about leaves and fall. Creativity in early years of preschool education was coordinated by Romania because we had some experience. Our inspector for primary school participated, and some teachers participated in UK and trainings, and then they pilot in so many schools, in all the schools, and we had 1,100 teachers trained. The sixth year for learners to learners of the world, we discovered VUCA, VUCA. The characteristic of this times, even if the concept is already old, is from the other century. Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity, but we have some opposite and some strategies for volatility of vision. If you have a vision, you don't care about the obstacles, you follow your vision. For uncertain, your understanding, complex clarity, ambiguous agility, or capacity to adapt. Okay. Outdoor learning and teaching methodology was for Romania because we took this coordination from the Finland, who decided to go back. Okay, and we started with Kolb's experiential learning theory. Is a theory. We can talk a little more other time. So outdoor learning in Romania, a lot of activities in our schools, and even using application, digital application. The 8th intellectual output, digital competence of Web2 tools, coding and robotics. And here there are some primary teachers learning how to use coding, and then they applied at their schools. And the last intellectual output, bringing internationalism to our schools. And I put a map of Dâmbovița County because after we applied some things that we learned in France, a lot of communities in Dâmbovița already has Erasmus Plus, the program, in some kind of projects. More than 90% of our schools run a project in this moment. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I put the link for the website.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for presentations. We are allowed for 7 minutes more to take questions, and after that, I think all of us deserve the lunch. So if there are any questions from the audience, please feel free to... Nobody? Are you hungry? Yeah. Really? Okay. If there are not questions, we invite all the audience to go to lunch. You know where is the lunch. So we have the opportunity there to talk again and to, refresh some ideas about what was discussed here. Thank you once again, everybody. And after the lunch, you are invited to stay near us to the following sessions of our conference. Thank you.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. We are going to talk about how to make open school more central into the curriculum. My two colleagues here, Jude and Carly, will assist me. And here's the overview, otherwise known as you have 2 minutes to decide if you're in the right place before the doors lock. So this is what we're going to be talking about. I'm going to be opening by discussing some strategies that we've found necessary to work with UK schools. And then Jude is going to give proper illustration of how they work. And then we'll move on to another approach, looking more at policy. And there, Carly is going to give us a more broad description of what can work. So we're going to start off with Connect, and then we're going to extend into other ways of delivering open learning. So this is the first idea, that if open learning is difficult for teachers to adopt, what we need to do is make it more familiar, more essential. This idea that, like an animal, we have to occupy a specific niche to survive in an ecosystem, right? And we found that there are 3 or 4 different ways, at least in the UK, that work to show teachers that what we're offering isn't just something nice to have, but this is something vital and critical and part of an effective science education. So they don't need to necessarily change what they do. They just need to kind of tweak it, adapt. So we'll look at 3. The first one has that magic word exams, but it's in particular focused on harder exams because perhaps in the countries you come from, assessment is changing slowly to reflect the fact that AI, for instance, can get 90-something% in most school exams, and therefore there isn't very much value in students being able to just memorize and recall facts. More and more, it's important what they can do with what they know. That's all that's going to get them a job, after all. So exams are shifting towards applying, analyzing, problem solving. In other words, they're becoming harder. And because of this shift, we think teachers are open to different forms of assessment rather than just pencil and paper tests. The second one we're going to discuss is this idea of a solution, right? Now, when you go to IKEA to buy your furniture, they quickly discovered that what happens is, in your mind, you think of a need, like, I don't have a bookshelf for my books, and then suddenly that's the job that you have to be done. What pops into your mind is, I know I can buy that from IKEA, right? So in other words, you, as a teacher, you have kind of problems or jobs that need to be done, and there are solutions. So what we try to do is say, okay, what's the job? I have to deliver this topic of feeding relationships or biological competition in a week. I've got to deliver that concept to my Year 7 group. I could either use my existing folder of resources or textbook, which are not very interesting, or you just download the solution from our website, which has everything you need to teach the concept, like the bookcase, but in addition has the open learning activities that we want you to use. So you get what you need, and we give you what we want along with it. And the third approach that we find successful is this kind of missing dimension, because teachers tend to be focused on what's explicit in the syllabus or specification towards an exam, and that tends to be the content. The skills are usually, summarized on one page, and there's about 50 pages of content, which leads teachers to think that their job is mainly to spend time on the content. What they don't understand is that the skills open the door to understanding the content. And this is now obviously recognized, and even the inspectors going to schools tell teachers this is the right way to do things, but there's one thing knowing the right way, and there's another thing trying to do two difficult things at once. It's hard enough to teach content, isn't it? When the concepts are difficult to understand. Now we're saying at the same time, make students able to do science, to work scientifically, as it's called in the UK, or inquiry, as it's called everywhere else. So doing these two things together complicates the job. In the US, by the way, it's 3 things together in the new standard, so you can imagine how hard that is. So what we're saying is we can do that for you. We have ready-made activities and resources, so you can do the 2 things that you're supposed to do, well. So those are the 3 niches. I'll give you kind of the rationale and the principles for how we do it, and then Jude will show you what's actually happened in the school. So hard exams means questions that require some application of knowledge. So here is a GCSE type question about feeding relationships, a food chain, and the questions about what happens if you disrupt it. Right? It's an exam question, and if you've been taught in a fairly traditional way, this might be rather unfamiliar, and you wouldn't know how to deal with it. So there are a few steps in the reasoning, and you might struggle, a typical student, to get many marks here. Right? So we hold up this question and go, are your students prepared for this kind of thing? Possibly not, if you've just taught them what a food web is, and they've done a few examples, but they haven't considered the what-ifs and more applied cases. And also they've got to put together, a proper coherent explanation. So what we say is, well, if you're not preparing for this, we can do it for you with a series of activities that take students from, as you saw this morning, caring for the issue, which is about what happens if you put animals into or out of an ecosystem. So we set up the issue at the beginning, and we provide 3 activities. And along the way, they learn about what happens if you add an animal, the wolves, into Yellowstone Park. That's basically a case study. So the kids don't actually have to do that much thinking. They get told what happens, and they draw some inferences from that. The second one is about beavers, which is more about saying, what would the implications be? What's the evidence? And actually teaching them the skill of looking at the data and putting together, a reasoned explanation of what happens. So we start with the concept and how to apply it with the wolves, and then we move on to the skill with the beavers. And then the third activity, which is creating a campaign for the animal that you chose at the beginning, which provides the motivation all the way through, that's a disguised form of assessment, because your presentation is going to be a kind of explanation with evidence using the knowledge and skills that you've learned. And just to make sure that teachers feel that this isn't too weird, we give them a kind of question that's very much like the one you saw earlier, but in the context of the animals that they've been learning about, right? So hopefully this strategy makes teachers feel, great, I've now prepared my students for doing unfamiliar situations using the knowledge that I had to deliver. Now, this would have seemed pretty obvious to me 30 years ago when I started teaching, but apparently it is not obvious. So we try and make it easier, because teachers don't have time, as I did, to put together this kind of sequence of activities. So we've done all the hard work. Okay, and we even provide them marking guidance, right? That says if they said this in their answer, this is what you can assume that they understood. So it's kind of a package. The second niche that we've used with our activities is to go even further, as I explained, to produce the whole IKEA-type solution. You know, I'm teaching Year 7 ecosystems. Here is the complete package to do it. So it's got all the knowledge, which is the yellow bits, and we provide the resources to do that. And it's got those green activities that I showed you before, which take it a few steps further into the territory of applying and analyzing and doing all the important open learning bits. So that's what we do. We give them the lesson plans, we give them all the PowerPoints and the student sheets and the teacher's guides, and we split it up into lessons and make it deliverable. Just like IKEA will give you the instructions step by step that you couldn't fail to follow, and all the tools to put it together, or they'll even construct it for you. So we're trying to go down that easy to use, you can't go wrong approach. And the third strategy is the one where we're trying to broaden, to do two difficult things at once. Not only teach the content, but teach the skills at the same time. Typically, this is done as a bolt-on, add-on lesson every once in a while, but skills, unfortunately, don't develop very well if you just do them once. So you have to put them in all the time, and that's where things become difficult. So what we've tried to do is think, what's a sensible way of injecting skills into every lesson? Our conclusion was pretty much the way that you would use YouTube. If you're like me and you can't do DIY, when you come up with a problem like, how do I get this screw into the wall, right? You try it, you realize you can't do it, and then you watch the video on YouTube. So the need for the skill comes first, and then the just-in-time teaching, and then application to your particular problem. And that's what we do with the skill. So here's a skill that they have to learn for the exam, which is looking at how scientific decisions are made in terms of different perspectives, like economic, environmental, social, and what are the consequences of let's say, adopting a technology on each of those factors. And then deciding overall, on balance, is it a good thing or not a good thing? It's quite a complicated thing to do, isn't it? To look at a technology from various perspectives and then evaluate it. And so, not surprisingly, kids find that very hard in the exam. So we're going to teach that skill, not just once before the exam, but in Year 7. And then they're going to practice it again and again and again. So how do we do it? Well, the context we chose, actually this isn't Year 7, I did lie there. This is Year 9, this is climate change, a bit too hard for Year 7. So we're teaching atmosphere and climate change. And the context for this activity is to imagine that you've got a local cafe who wants to make their carbon footprint 0, and you're going to act as their consultant. We did hope that some students would think, oh, can I do this with Cost of Coffee or Starbucks down the road? And they could actually, yeah, they could follow the same steps. But we provided the data for a mythical coffee company, so you can do it in your classroom as well. And what they're going to do is to try and think about all the actions that they could take and evaluate them. So you can get a sense of where this is leading. They're going to look at these actions from 3 different perspectives, social, economic, and environmental. And then they're going to realize, well, how do we do that, you know? How do we consider the consequences? We don't have that skill, do we? So what we do is we go, okay, we're going to teach you the skill. But if you teach someone a skill that's quite complicated, you don't do it in a complicated context like science and climate change, do you? Because it'll be way too hard. So we simplify things dramatically and go, okay, just let's imagine that you were trying to work out whether to ban sugar in school and all the, you know, the snack foods. Let's make this really concrete and give you some cards that have possible consequences. And they're going to put them into groups. They're going to say if this is positive or negative. And overall, they're going to then learn that you can categorize the consequences, maybe to social ones or health ones or financial ones. So these are just the categories we want them to think about. And then they're going to put them as positive or negative and then come to a conclusion. And hopefully that experience of doing it with reflection and teacher guidance will make them see, okay, so this is how you evaluate the consequences of a technological decision. And then, right, so you weigh them up, and then you're ready to, okay, so I've given you the examples here. These are the possible actions we get them to think about. So each one, they look at the consequence. This is the final stage where we say, now you're back in the cafe situation. Here are the possible actions that the owner could take. Your job is to use the skill that you just learned, which means basically drawing a map of different consequences and deciding whether they're positive or negative, for one of these actions in your group. And then you can compare that with other groups and peer learning, etc., and apply that skill, and then decide how you can best help the cafe owner. So there's the sort of teaching methodology of the skills. So that is the first set of strategies, trying to adopt various curriculum niches that make the activities that we're offering more essential, more geared to achieving the goals that they have to deliver. I'd like to now hand over to Jude, who's going to tell you more about how that's worked in school. Could we have the second presentation, please? I can't say that in Spanish, but can I? How do we get the second one? Just left and right. Just here. But we need the second presentation.
I'm just going to put my phone on to check I don't talk for too long as well. Thank you very much. So my name is Jude Sanders, and I've been working with Ali Okada at the back and with Tony on the UK's, well, it's only England really, implementation of Connect. And so what we're going to do today is just take you through a few examples of what we've done and hopefully show you... Oh. Yeah. So here we go. So I'm going to, first of all, talk about some of the background to why we came up with the models that we've got. And then I'm going to just quick walk through of two different case studies of two different implementations of our Connect project materials. So, first of all, lessons from our research. Well, actually, before I show you this slide, I'll just talk a little bit about the UK context, because I think Tony started to talk about it. But we found it incredibly difficult to implement our Connect project in the UK. Obviously, it was during the pandemic, so that did not help. But one of the problems with the UK context is actually getting access to schools is really difficult. I know some colleagues this morning also spoke about that. Actually, access to schools is possibly the most difficult bit, certainly for us in the UK in our experience. This is for many reasons. Teachers are very busy people. They have very little time, and they have an awful lot of demands on that time. Our government in the UK uses exam results as a way of measuring how good a school is, and therefore, whilst that might be part of the picture, I think we can all appreciate it isn't the full picture, but it makes it very high stakes what you do in the classroom, and quite hard. You know, it's quite a lot of pressure for teachers, and we do appreciate that. So our strategies have really been to try and our open schooling activities may not have had as much social engagement as we'd have liked, or community engagement as we would have liked. We would dearly like to have had more, but in order to actually get access to schools and run these projects, we needed really to deliver things that the teachers were going to need. So as Tony said, our solution was to really give them what they wanted. So to be able to deliver a whole topic within within a certain time frame that gave them all the different bits that they would need in order to achieve good exam results. So, when developing this particular model and our resources, what we realized, we took some lessons from research. Now, one of the things is one of the things that's these are some of the things that are very key to actually getting students on board and to encourage deep learning. Emotional engagement, affective engagement, it's called in the literature, is probably the most important thing. Ali spoke about this earlier today when she talked about the need to engage with students' values. One of the things that I found during my own research, and certainly throughout working with Tony and the research we've done together, is that we found that the most important thing for successful outcomes is to actually get students to really connect with whatever the topic is. Not just in an emotional way, i.e. I like it, I'm motivated by it, although those things are great, but also on a personal level. So it needs to connect to their lives in some way. They need to be able to relate to it. And I think that's true from all the projects we've seen exemplified over the last 2 days, is that's been a really key part of it. And I do think that's one of the most important things, is making sure that that people realise that this topic, the reason they're putting effort into it, is because it's for them. They can solve things this way. The second thing that we know from research is that it's really important to get a secure knowledge foundation. And you will have seen, well, I'll show you in a minute, how we've tried to do that. Students don't need to know everything about a topic before they engage with open learning, but they do need to have some of the basics, and they have to have some understanding of those key concepts that they're going to address. My own personal opinion is that they develop more understanding the more they use them, but they have to at least understand what they are in the first place. And then the other thing, which we all appreciate, I think, is that we really need to connect to real life. Abstract problems are all well and good, and they can be interesting as a thought experiment, but when you're working with children in school, they really need to have an understanding that this matters and that there's a point to doing the activities that they're doing. So I'm just say the next thing is, yes, I think I won't talk about this too much because Ali did a very good job about talking about Care No Do this morning and the framework around which all of these resources have been produced. So I think you're all fairly well versed in that. So, first case study. Now this is a little school in the south of England, and we were working with groups of children who were between 11 and 13, I think. But they were, so that would be upper primary, middle school. I don't know what context you're working in, but what we did for this school was we literally gave them the whole complete package that Tony was illustrating earlier. So this may be a little bit of a repeat. But essentially, all of our open schooling activities start with a challenge. This is the care part of the framework. So our scenario is that many animals have gone extinct, and the challenge that we set the students is, can you choose the best candidate for rewilding in this country, in the UK, and how would you persuade the public? So for this school, we gave them a complete package. So we provided activities that would deliver all of these individual things. So not just the individual activities for open schooling, but also the methods by which to deliver the teaching of the subject knowledge as well. And you can see here, this is the same slide as Tony's actually, so I won't spend too long here. But you can see that what we've done here is we've set up a problem context. We've then taught a bit of knowledge, so they have an understanding of the knowledge that they'll need to use while trying to solve these problems. And then we've set them a number of activities to solve the problems. And ultimately, they have to complete an action. And that's a really important part of this. They have to put all of the things that they've learnt into action. And this, in this case, although this might be a hypothetical problem, it's a very real problem that will come up in the future in our schools. So this is just to illustrate the different types of activities we've got within the package that we give the teachers. And if anybody is interested in downloading them, they are all available through the Connect website. Now, one of the important things that you would, let me go back here. One of the important things that you will notice here is that we've actually, it may not be explicit from the activities there, but we've followed the learning cycle that Tony illustrated earlier. We start with knowledge and acquiring new knowledge and skills. We then move on to activities which actually apply these in context. So what I want to do here is in this particular instance, what we've done is we've embedded skills in two different ways. Firstly, we've embedded skills in the context. So we've used a context which requires us to think in a systems way. So we're looking at systems thinking. When you're looking at interventions in an ecosystem, you have to be aware that they will have implications and that there will be knock-on effects. And it's about encouraging students to see that process. We've also done it through the content. So one of the skills that we've tried to embed is in one of the activities. And this is a working scientifically or inquiry skill, which is evaluating claims and evidence. And so what I'm going to try and do now is show the video thank you, of one of our teachers talking.
And talk with their family.
It's on YouTube, the video.
Was to go and talk with their family about each and every one of these animals and decide on the brief evidence that we gave them. And at the end, they had to discuss with their parents and they had to vote. Well, what should we go for? So we then said, well, how do we decide? And we then looked at claims. So what evidence is there to actually show that that is the case? And we modelled how to action that through a real-life sort of more relevant idea to them, which is the band, the TBS Act. Now, I don't know about you, but I didn't know who TBS were. They play on a very famous pop band. I think they're from South Korea. Anyway, the children, they thought it was great. But the claim was that they were the most successful music act of last year. So how do we know if this is a true claim or not? So they were presented with some pieces of evidence, and they firstly had to decide, well, is this evidence actually relevant to that claim, or is it just irrelevant? And that was our first discussion. We came back with one of those pieces was irrelevant, 3 were relevant. But then we had to say, well, now we know if this evidence is relevant, does it actually support or oppose the claim? So again, we were talking about that in their group work, and we discovered there was enough evidence to suggest that the claim was supported. Now let's reapply it to their animal. They had to come up with 3 claims. Firstly, that their animal can survive. Secondly, people want that animal back in the wild. And another one is it has a positive effect on the food web. They were then presented with additional information. For example, this is the wolf evidence sheet. So they would have their claims and they would look through this. They were provided with some video links and other resources as well. They could do their own research. And they then decided how strong their claims were. Again, applying that skill that we helped them to understand through the real-life example. So it's a really engaging, fun activity. The children really enjoyed it.
Is that better? Sorry, thank you very much. So there we heard from Nick Chapman from Town Close School, talking about his experience of implementing one of those open schooling projects. Can I go back to the slides? Now, so that gives you an idea of how we've gone about embedding skills within activities. The other thing we've done is we've tried to embed the assessment in this set of activities, not just summative assessment. So not just the tests at the end, but also a lot of formative assessment. And I know that Tony showed you some examples of that earlier, so I won't talk about it in too much detail. But for each of the activities that we've set them, there's a rubric. We've developed a rubric so that students can actually self-assess their own work and to see not only perhaps what they've got right, perhaps what they've missed out, but also gives them pointers to how they could improve in the future. So this is textbook assessment for learning, but what we've tried to do is embed this in these activities, because then at least the students have a chance. Well, for a start, the teachers don't have to think too carefully about it, but also you've got a nice documented record of what the student has achieved during that set of activities. So the final activity that they were given is a presentation where they need to present their argument as to which animal should be selected. And for that, we have a nice little checklist, which you can see on the right-hand side there. And you can see there, it's not hard to sit there with a rubric like that and just tick it and use it on the fly in a lesson. It's quite quick to do, quite quick to assess. And then you've got a nice record of what the student has actually done. Oh, sorry, I think I've included some extra slides by mistake. Let me just flick through these. Now, this is a nice way to this is a nice way to see the outcomes from a student perspective, and this is something that we are looking further at, and we're looking at our Connect project and doing some research into the student point of view and what the students got out of it themselves in their own voices, as opposed to what we think they got out of it. So what's nice to see here, and I was personally delighted to see these comments when they came at the end of the project, that they not only did they appreciate what they'd learned and they were emotionally engaged with it, they learned something new, but perhaps more importantly, they got a chance to share that with their families and their communities. Now, although we weren't able to do much achieve much in terms of the open schooling agenda of working with the community, I did feel there's some small steps towards that, and something that we could, will have made a difference to not just the students, but also the families around them. And raising awareness, particularly about green issues, is incredibly important in that way. So, second case study was we used the same idea, but in a slightly different way. We were teaching the same topic of independence, but in this case, this teacher wanted to. In this case, the teacher didn't want to use the open schooling materials that we developed. They wanted to change it slightly. So this is an example of how you can tailor a solution to local needs. In this case, the teacher already had a scientist that they wanted to work with, that they knew personally, and so they wanted to tailor the activity more to the ecosystem that scientist was used to working with. And in this case, it's a marine environment. I don't know if you know where Guernsey is. It's a small island off the coast of France, which is actually part of the UK. And so they're looking at the reintroduction of whales, and really they're more interested in that food chain and food web. They also wanted to dovetail this with an existing program within their school, which is about future skills. Now, in this case, we took a learning cycle approach more explicitly. Again, this is something those teachers in that school were used to using, so we wanted to try and tailor it more to their needs. And we used what we call the 5 E's, although I think there might be 6 there. 6 E's learning cycle, which is a fairly well-established learning cycle in science education. I think it's Roger Bybee. If you want to look it up, you will find lots of resources for this. But essentially, it takes 6 stages and 6 explicit stages, so it's quite structured, as all of these resources are. But this works quite well for teachers. They kind of know where they are and they feel comfortable with it. But essentially, each of those, so you can see we've got activate to elicit ideas, acquire where you teach new knowledge, assessment. Now that can be movable. You might not want to have it there, you might want to have it later on and it depends what it is that you might want to assess. But in this case, we used a diagnostic quiz. Actually, both at the very beginning and the activate stage, where we used a simple quiz to work out what students already know and also to activate that background knowledge that they already had. And we also used a quiz after the apply stage to assess, after acquiring the new knowledge, in order to assess how well they'd actually taken on board those concepts and what their understanding was. And then very important, apply and analyze skills. So we're actually explicitly showing students how to use that knowledge in context. And then finally, they used this information to put together their own presentations about rewilding. And in this case, they were looking at reintroduction of whales and the pros and cons of that. Unfortunately, I couldn't get any examples to show you, but at least they didn't come in time, so I'm sorry for that. I've just got the materials we provided them with. However, response from the teacher to this particular intervention, so that was really working with her and co-designing what she was going to deliver in the classroom, worked really well. And you can see from the quote there that she was very happy and will want to do this again, which we were also very happy with. Okay, I think I'm going to stop there and come back to this bit in a moment. And I'm going to hand over, oh, actually, I think we're handing over to Tony again first, aren't we? And then Carly. Can we have the part one presentation back, please?
Thank you. You're going to be speaking just in a minute. All right, thank you. So, thanks, Jude. We've now looked at some of the strategies for fitting into available niches in the curriculum. The second group of strategies we wanted to tell you about was where we can see some changes in government policy, where things are becoming a little bit more kind of friendly towards the open schooling model. This is actually happening just at the moment. After a period where we couldn't really see anything, things are starting to open up a little bit because the government, as probably true with all governments, is looking for easy ways to, how shall we say, claim that they're fulfilling all the climate agenda. And in the UK now, there is a massive project to try and use education to prepare young people for the sustainability future that we want. And so there's a strategy, and that's led to a few well-funded initiatives which we're trying to take advantage of. So I'm not going to talk about these. I'm going to let Jude and Carly tell you more about different ways, apart from Connect, of working to these government changes in policy. Yes, let's start with Carly. Could we please have the third presentation slides?
Hi, everyone. Sorry, 3 o'clock on a Friday afternoon is possibly the worst time to ever give a presentation to anybody. Normally I'd have Haribo, and if people engage, I throw sweets at them just to keep you all awake, but I didn't know I was presenting today at this time, so there is no Haribo today. But I'm Carly. I'm from Learning Through Landscapes. I'm severely dyslexic. Which is why I throw sweets and spell really badly. So any typos in that, please do not criticize, just be supportive. Okay, let's see how this thing works. Okay, so I am going to talk about top-down government policy stuff. I'm going to talk about co-designed, how I work with students to design projects. And I'm going to talk about teacher-led movements. All of these projects are stuff that we are currently doing at LTL, and all have really different levels of success. And I think that's really important when we are looking at how we engage educators and also young people. So, as Tony's very kindly just introduced, we have the National Education Nature Park and Climate Leaders Award. This is a Department for Education strategy in England only, so not the other three countries in the UK. And its overall focus will be to drive increased engagement with nature. So what it's done is it's taken the entire school estate, which is controlled by the government, and is looking at it as one national park, as a nature park. So all the things you would do to look to increase biodiversity, make it more green. On top of that, there's a strategy to make schools net zero and also have a sustainability lead in every school. These are some of the partners. Natural History Museum, I think, is quite globally recognised. The Royal Horticultural Society, anyone knows what Chelsea Flower Show is? That's one of those. Us. And interestingly, Esri, who are at the bottom there, who are creating an entire digital mapping tool for this, so we can actually track and monitor the biodiversity increase. Now, some of us here, LTL, have been doing this work for nearly 35 years now. Other people in this are new to it, so it's really interesting, and this is driven by money. It's a top-down policy, it came with funding, and that's what's created loads of interest in it. And also, because it's for the Department of Education, schools are taking more notice. And those two things can't be overlooked in that. So these are some of the priority areas. One of the interesting parts of it that isn't really shown in detail here is there are going to be 2 hours of forward-facing climate resources written for every single curriculum subject from 2-year-olds to 18-year-olds. So from early years to tertiary. So that could be if someone's doing a qualification in hairdressing at 16, we have to create climate-adapted resources for hairdressing down to a 2-year-old looking at numbers and phonics. So it's a huge scale that they were implementing, and that's what makes it really interesting. The next thing I'm going to talk about, totally different strategy, is My School, My Planet, which looks at the cultural role of young people and their engagement with climate projects. So, My School, My Planet came about in the middle of the pandemic off the back of the Black Lives Matter movement. And that seems a really unusual place to introduce a climate project. But what it did is it answered a really big question that we've been having at LTL for a few years of why young people from culturally diverse backgrounds, especially from low social economic disadvantage, weren't engaged in climate conversations, as we see other people doing the Friday strikes, Greta Thunberg. And what we did was we worked with a cultural consultant, which I'll come to talk on a bit more in a minute. But basically, it was an 8-week intervention program funded by the National Lottery Heritage, which is basically a big funder in the UK. And what this project did was really allow children to approach the curriculum in 3 different ways. And these may be familiar, but called something different. And we've been doing this for 30 years, and it just shows no such thing as a new idea. Head, heart, hand is quite clear to can, know, and do. And I think that that is a core of any educational thing that's really successful in this space. And I think that's why it's so exciting to see Connect and Open Schooling embed this philosophy as well. Nobody owns it. It's been around a very long time. But it just shows those 3 aspects are so successful when we look at how to engage young people. So the project outcomes we set at the beginning were a wider range of children be involved in heritage. And mainly, that's an unusual thing. It was looking at their cultural heritage. They will have greater well-being. We delivered this in the September after lockdown in schools. So August, September, October to Christmas, we delivered it. And then we put in some physical changes, so actually looking at biodiversity. Now, really interestingly, I need to kind of try and pull apart cultural heritage in the UK because it's probably quite different to other parts of the world. So obviously at the moment, we have a history of amazing cultural diversity in the UK. So we have been doing this forever. And what has happened in the past 100 years is, as a lot of places in the world, there's been a real shift in how we see diversity and inclusion. And it was really becoming concerning to me after I moved into this sector from somewhere that was really diverse, that everybody looks like me in every meeting I went to. And as I went into schools and I started to talk to young people,
about why there are not more people from ethnically diverse backgrounds engaged in climate. But this isn't my story, and I'm not an expert in this. So I worked with a cultural consultant to basically mentor me and my team to feel confident to talk about race and diversity. Because actually, as a white woman, it is not my subject, but also what Black Lives Matter taught us, it's incredibly important to stand by our allies and to be a voice and to call out where it's not good enough. And what I couldn't quite get over is that however amazing Greta is, however amazing all that is, it's a very white middle-class movement for young people and climate in a lot of Western countries. And I wanted to address that. But I couldn't do that on my own. As I said, it's not my journey. So what I did was speak to some people, and then I came across a group of young Black environmental activists, and I asked them to be involved. And a really important thing is that we paid them, because we use young people's stories all the time, but we don't credit them for them. But a lot of organisations like mine and bigger organisations do a lot of this work where they quote young people, they take their intellectual property, and they do things like I'm doing today. So I just want to say that we paid these guys for their inputs. And I'm just going to show you a little bit of a clip of a podcast they did with us, which may help me understand why I was struggling to get representation in the team that I had delivering this project in schools.
But also professionally known as Louis VI, because I'm a musician and filmmaker. I recently wrote and presented a film aimed to get young people of colour much more involved in the climate conversation here, and the whole tagline we came up with was "Where we live is negatively affecting where we're from." And that was kind of around the last election, trying to get people to see that, you know, the places where the flags we fly of our heritage are mostly on the front line right now of climate change. And that comes from something that actually goes all the way back to colonialism, which is, you know, the destruction of the environment by Western powers. So my background has been brought in a lot as a zoology graduate as well. So combining all those things.
Hi, I'm Anita Kunde. I'm 16 and I work with Fridays for Future Digital and Youth Strike in Manchester. Currently with Fridays for Future Digital, we've just done a press conference highlighting Indigenous voices in the climate battle because they're mostly affected and they maintain 80% of the world's biodiversity. So it's important to put them at the forefront of the conversation. And next week, we're working on a racial justice campaign linked with environment and stuff like that. So I'm working on that as a regional coordinator.
Hi, I'm Dominique. I'm 20 years old. I'm a climate justice activist, and I mainly push for environmental justice that's intersectional with social issues. I'm also a student at the University of Birmingham studying politics and international relations, so that also comes into it. I'm a part of I work with the UK Student Climate Network, and I'm a campaign organiser in Fridays for Future International. And also we're just really trying to push environmental justice. Like, that is the big thing that we need to make like a centerpiece in the climate movement right now, and make sure that those who are going to be disproportionately affected are, you know, being spotlighted.
Like, I've always been really into nature and the environment, hence me doing zoology, but I also felt very odd in the places, you know, when as soon as you leave the cities and you find yourself either going camping or going for walks in the countryside, it's like, it's very obvious that there's not many coloured faces. And people, you know, it just becomes a bit more of a white-led monoculture, which is wrong, because nature is actually much more intrinsically part of our heritage. And I think, you know, that even went through to me at university. I don't think there was anyone else that was black or brown on my course.
Okay, so yeah, quite hard listening, some of that. And that's what we had to do. We had to kind of pull apart how this was happening. And when we would give it, this project was to 8 to 14-year-olds. So when we were in an area of cultural diversity, a class with mixed heritage, how do we address the fact that as white people, we were delivering this and we were talking about culture, and we used a lot of the quotes. We worked with these guys a lot to help say to these young people, you need to come and help us. We need more diversity in this sector. We need more diversity. We need bigger voices talking about this. So we did that locally by communities. I know a lot of you talked about communities today, so I'm not going to talk too much about this. But basically, looking at who local leaders were, we did in another project, planting in mosques. We got loads of people involved because we needed those voices. We needed those different people, those different life experiences to be present for our young people we worked with. So the impact, quite a lot. We did in a really short space of time. It was a proper whiplash project. But what was big things, for participants came from 47 different ethnic backgrounds. Most of them, double the average, were living in socio-economic disadvantage. And it showed to us that basically when we co-created a project, when we listened to young people, when we asked why, and then we were really, and I'm going to say brave, to find a solution to I didn't want to talk about my whiteness and say it's really challenging to get a team of people who are as a nature people to talk about race. But it was really important that we did. And I think that shows by the amount of young people we engaged. We had to do a lot of training on ourselves. We did a lot of unconscious bias training. We did a lot of trying to address why we found this so hard to do. And hopefully what we've done is get some young people inspired to come in and be part of our network going forward. So very quickly, I'm going to finish on something totally different, which is a third type of campaign. And this is a grassroots movement. So Outdoor Classroom Day. Anyone in here ever heard of it or been involved in it? It's really depressing. Really depressing, because it's amazing. But I will talk to you about that in a minute. So, campaign overview. It is basically an educator-led program that's been over 180 countries now, which is quite impressive for something that started in a classroom in London. And it has worldwide spread. And that's what's been fascinating about working on this and how you scale something. So Anna Porch, who still I employ occasionally to work on the campaign, in 2011 decided that with a group of other teachers, kids need to get outdoors more. By 2012, there were schools in London doing it, and by 2015, there were 600 schools in 15 countries. And at that point, these amazing volunteers teachers went, I think we might need some cash and a bit of help. So other organisations and NGOs came on board to help them. Now we've had over 40 million extra hours. This is actually slightly outdated. It's over 12 million children now, but as always, we're doing a presentation. I was going to show you a live link to the amazing website that crashed last night and currently isn't back up and running, but you can sign up. It's full of amazing curriculum resources in lots of countries, languages, and they are specific to different regions. But what it's done is it's helped us to engage teachers in a really interesting way. When we put out surveys, we get tens of thousands of teachers responding, and that data really helps us with things like driving policy. And what's been fascinating is that this year, in May, when we had Outdoor Classroom Day, the Department for Education launched the National Education Nature Park, but interestingly, UNESCO launched their Green Schools programme on the same day. So from Anna sitting in her little classroom in London has created something in a decade which has a massive movement. And it came about the fact that there was just massive barriers, and the biggest one was teachers just not knowing how to do it. Knowing their curriculum, but actually kind of going, how do I put this outdoors? And that's what we created. It's also a big play campaign. And that was amazing during lockdown. We did lots for parents to support the importance of play. So it's created a worldwide movement with long-lasting impact. And the fact that we're over a decade in and it is growing now with no funding. It was funded by Unilever for a while, which was very controversial in itself as a greenwashing program. But we've moved on from that. It's currently got no funding, but it's still getting tens of thousands of sign-ups a month. And it just shows that when you get the messaging right, when the motivation is right, that actually things can really accelerate in a way. So that's just an introduction to 3 different ways of engaging educators, sort of top-down, co-creation, and from the bottom up. We are lucky enough to have a gentleman called Sir David Attenborough as our patron, and this is a quote that he did for a film for us, and I think that that pretty much summarises everything that we're trying to achieve.
Carly, Thank you. We will be finishing at 3:25, and so we'd like to use just the remaining time if you have some questions for any of us. I'm going to venture into the audience here. I hope we've said something controversial enough for you to respond to.
I've seen the rewilding thing many times. I'm a bit bored with it.
Yeah.
Could we have something else that's more controversial?
Can you?
Yeah. Just thinking about things that we could get investigated in the class. Do something controversial. Rewilding is cuddly and nice. Everybody wants it in some form, whether it's the wolf or the tiger shark or whatever. But what about banning motorcycles, for example, in cities? You must have been struck by how Barcelona is ruined by two-wheeled vehicles, and yet people couldn't do without them. So let's have something a bit more gritty, maybe.
That's a good idea. I don't know if any of our partners have done one of those kind of controversial issues off their own bat. We tended to produce relatively, generic things for everyone to use. Does anyone here have any experience of using controversial issues to engage the students in debate or going beyond teaching the curriculum?
If you look up an organization called In Place of War, which is an NGO based in, technically they're based in Ireland, the coordinator is English and lives in Spain, etc., but they're doing stuff in a similar vein, because their argument is that conflict is the most serious cause of environmental problems and climate change, and I'm a little bit disappointed that nobody has kind of even mentioned that in the last 2 years or 3 years of going to project presentations on this kind of thing. The whole conflict thing is just completely under the carpet. So I would like to plug them. They're just coming into a project with some of us now. Mm.
Do we have any more questions? Okay, thank you. We will stop there. Thank you for coming.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, test.
Can you hear me?
Hello, Sylvia.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Yes, yes.
Is it all good?
Well sound.
Great. Are we okay, guys? Yes, we can hear you also. We can see you also. Is everything good?
Yeah, everything okay. What about you? You seem very busy.
Yeah, we had a really fantastic conference here for 2 days. Many people joined, many parallel sessions, many discussions. It was really a big celebration. We were 9 European projects about open schooling. We wish you could be here, but still it is a great honor to have you here and say a few words in our final ceremony. We will also give some awards to the teachers that participated and did the best job after your talk. So if that's okay with you, the guys in our technical team would like to... Okay, it's great. So we keep it open, right? I don't understand. You are listening to me well, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Good. So we keep the connection open, right? Yeah. So if that's okay with you, Sylvia, they don't want to close the connection, so they make sure it's everything all right. Okay. So you can close your camera and microphone, and you can join. We will start around 4. I will just speak for 5 to 10 minutes. I will present you and give you the floor, and you can talk as long as you wish, actually. But, okay, we have scheduled 5 to 10 minutes. I don't know what you have in mind. And then, I don't know if you will stay or not. We will continue with presenting the awards and our closing ceremony.
Yeah, okay, I will stay until 4:30 maximum. I need to pick up my kids. It's a Friday afternoon, so last day of European school, so it's a bit earlier when they finish today. But yeah, until, I will just talk for 5 minutes just to say a few words about the ERA program and how open schooling has been evolved. That's it. But yeah, okay, I will stay as much as I can, but just until
actually, you can, after finishing your speech, if you want, you can just say that I need to leave. No problem with us, as you like.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. See you at... will you connect at 4?
Yes, I will connect at 4.
See you at 4.
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye. Ciao.
Thank you very much. Okay, guys, great. Thank you. On the PPT, send a message to the group. Where's PowerPoint? The PowerPoint they want to be presented for the board. Please bring to the Agora the PowerPoint you want to be presented for the board. It should be Alex, but I don't want to say it. And the awards, they need to bring the awards. The awards and the PowerPoint, and they must be here 350.
Alex is here.
The awards,
I'll go check with the awards.
and 350, they should start sending people here.
Okay.
Coffee break is over.
How much microphone do you will use now?
Excuse me?
Which
microphone? How
yeah,
many?
how many? Sorry.
This and two more, I think, would be okay.
Two more? Yeah? Okay.
Is it a problem to leave three? No, okay, so leave three. Okay, okay, so.
If you want, I use 4 microphones. 4 microphones here.
Okay, okay. Okay, I'll put them actually here. Is it okay?
Whatever you want.
Los de aquí eran verde y naranja.
Have the awards? Yeah, I found this. Come on.
No, I left after that.
Is this okay? Because there are 3 more. I can bring another.
But we don't know if these tables are for another thing, right? These tables are for like other things.
No, we don't know. They said they would have tables, right?
Yes.
I found this.
Okay, I'm going to.
He will be already here.
So can we put the words here?
We can do another thing. Every time we have a country, we open them.
Yeah, but let's put them here so we know. No,
together.
It's good to be there.
Ah, you mean like this? Yeah. And while the coordinator from the country speaks, I will open here the words.
No, Alexandra, there will not be time to put them like this during the ceremony.
Giving the hands.
You will do it when they talk.
Yeah, because they will say like a few things, but yes, maybe it's even better. This one, for example, UK has a lot.
Can you help him how you will set up the words?
Or we give as they come, we check the tag and we give. This from UK, for example, is 1 million words, and we don't know how many are here.
They are, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, so...
This is a lot. As they come, we see the tag and we give.
Yes.
So we take the picture, that's it.
Okay, the picture how with all of them.
Yeah, the other picture is from the country, the people around. And it's in the middle of the States.
Okay.
And then we look at the other country.
Okay. So, okay.
This will be, does it have it in the order in UK and then
yes.
is Brazil. So George, I have a opening ceremony.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. This is not up yet. Could you please take your seats so we can start? So it's been 2 long days. We were very happy to have you all here contributing to this conference. We enjoyed all the discussions. I'm very happy to see that all the important issues concerning open schooling and the future of this movement, if you allow me, the expression, were raised and discussed in depth. We were very happy to have here 8 more projects like Connect contributing to this discussion and collaborating in raising the impact of open schooling in education. A big thank goes to the Connect consortium for all the collaboration, all the hard work for making this conference happen. I will repeat one more time my special thanks to Dr. Laia Vives, Alexandros Koukovinis, and Marcos Varveris for their help in solving every last-minute problem that occurred. And of course, would like to thank you all for being here. Above all, of course, we need to thank the European Commission for funding this project and making all this happen. We are very happy today to have with us remotely our Connect project officer, Sylvia Bad. I will pass the floor to her afterwards to say a few words. Hello, Sylvia.
Hello. Good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon. So, we've talked a lot these 2 days. We've said a lot of things. This closing ceremony involves a big thank you to, first and above all, to the teachers that helped reach all those students and helped us make a difference. So you will allow me, instead of giving one more speech, to finish this little opening talk with a poem. So it's from a Greek poet, which I think is very relevant. His name is Konstantinos Kavafis, and the poem is called Waiting for the Barbarians. So the translation is not mine, of course. So the poem goes like this. What are we waiting for, assembled in the forum? The barbarians are due here today. Why isn't anything going on in the Senate? Why are the senators sitting there without legislating? Because the barbarians are coming today. What's the point of senators making laws now? Once the barbarians are here, they'll do the legislating. Why did our emperor get up so early? And why is he sitting enthroned at the city's main gate in state, wearing the crown? Because the barbarians are coming today and the emperor's waiting to receive their leader. He's even got a scroll to give him loaded with titles with imposing names. Why have our two consuls and praetors come out today wearing their embroidered, their scarlet togas? Why have they put on our bracelets with so many amethysts, rings, sparkling with magnificent emeralds? Why are they carrying elegant canes, beautifully worked in silver and gold? Because the barbarians are coming today, and things like that dazzle the barbarians. Why don't our distinguished orators turn up as usual to make their speeches say what they have to say? Because the barbarians are coming today, and they are bored by rhetoric and public speaking. Why this sudden bewilderment, this confusion? How serious people's faces have become? Why are the streets and squares emptying so rapidly? Everyone going home lost in thought. Because night has fallen and the barbarians haven't come. And some of our men, just in from the border, say there are no barbarians any longer. Now what's going to happen to us without barbarians? Those people were our only solutions. So I would like to close this speech saying that those barbarians are the people that we are all responsible for. And we should be very careful about how we will civilize them. That's all for me. Sylvia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me and see me well. Thank you indeed for inviting me for the closure of such an important event. My name is Silvia Abad. I've been the project officer in charge of Connect since a while in the REA, in the Research Executive Agency. And really it's a privilege for me to be here today with you and to raise visibility to such an important topic as it is open schooling. Indeed, I agree that open schooling it's an approach, as you know, promoted by the Commission since 2014, and well, it has evolved over the years, but remain equally important. To talk about open schooling, maybe we should come back to the European Research Area, the origin of that. As you know, it started in year 2000 and was revamped later on in year 2018 with 4 strategic objectives. So first, prioritizing investment and reforms, improving access to excellence, translating R&I results into economic value, and deepening the area. So here, deepening the area, we include everything about completing the single market for knowledge through making further progress on open science, on careers of researchers, support for universities, and needless to say on gender equality. There is a lot to do on gender equality. And over the years, open schooling has been a topic promoted in the different work programs. It has had an overall allocated budget of about 20 million euro. And you know that it's also hand in hand with science education budget, which has had a bit more budget allocated. I checked around 60 million euro. And well, there seems to be a decreasing tendency on the budget dedicated to open schooling recently, but I think the expected outcome of this approach remains very, very relevant to our society. So the aim to foster improved science education for all citizens, or equip students and citizens to engage in scientific discourse, it's still very relevant and extremely important. Because we notice that when citizens are aware of the social impact of research, they become more engaged in science. So we all agree that achieving these objectives today, it will contribute for a better society tomorrow. And there will be more opportunities, I'm sure, to deepen these expected outcomes. The European Research Area Policy Agenda set up already 20 voluntary actions that need to be implemented by all member states, but also with the help of the framework program for the period 2022 and 2024, but also later on from 25 onwards. And among others, you know that the ERA Action 14 brings science closer to society, will help to translate this priority into concrete action. So we just need to stay tuned on that. So again, thank you very much, because as I started, you have raised visibility to a very extremely important social topic. So thanks really for giving me this opportunity to stay here today. And yeah, I wish you very nice and successful closure of today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Silvia. We will continue to our awards now. Silvia, you can stay with us as long as you wish. We know you are very busy, so we do understand. So I give the floor to Alexandros Koukovinis, our Dissemination and Communication Manager, to start the ceremony.
Microphone, yes. Hello, everyone. It's really great to see you, and thank you all for being here. It's amazing to see after all those 3 years, actually almost, of project, all the people coming from all around the world. And we are very proud to have you here and for all the work you've done. So what I would like to do is to show you in a very brief way, a bit, some of the achievements that we did, because we try to communicate the project as much as possible and reach out online and also with your help to the local communities. So it's been almost 3 years, actually. In the end of August, it will be our birthday, we can say, of the project. And we are really glad to know that the project might be finishing the funding period, but a lot of you would like to continue, and you found already your way to do that. So I would like to say that the people who we really like to honor today is not only the teachers, the head teachers also of the schools, the coaches that worked with the teachers, the professionals from STEM that collaborated with you, and also the parents, of course, the parents and the kids. And I would like just to show you what it means for us to be a connector. So if we put the connector in a scan, how we understand this is a person who has, primarily in their minds, they have that, I can also see there. Okay, but no microphone. Okay. Perfect. So to be in the middle. So to have in your minds, all of you have that the youth has power, and also you believe in the community engagement. We know that you have love for open schooling, and also that you believe science is for all. That's why you are also here. And also you know what tools you need to use in order to succeed, because we believe that what you have done is a great success. And finally, you know our medicine for everything, the care, no, do methodology that you can use with amazing results. And we know that this methodology flied all around the world, and you can see here we managed to reach in Brazil with your help, in several countries in Europe. We are very proud for this, and we were driven by very ambitious goals, as you can see here. This is from the proposal of the project, and we were all a bit afraid in the beginning, but it was a nice fear because it pushed us forward. We pushed you also, and we managed to reach the objectives, the outputs, the outcomes, and the impact that you see here. And another thing that we would like to celebrate, just so you have an idea of the community that we have built all these years, we have 4,600 followers on our social media. The website has seen 23,800 unique visitors. And yes, they have seen us from all around the world. They have entered the website to see what we are doing, to see your best practices that are in the library as well. And of course, it's your dedication that matters, and we can proudly say that we have managed to collect more than 100 best practices. We have some blockbuster views on the website, and also we have some enthusiasts that have created content on social media, they contributed, and on YouTube. So a very great thank you to all of you. And I would like now to show you a video. It's very new, very hot. I'm glad I'm not touching the play button. So I would like the technical team to ask them to play.
Welcome to Connect, where students and scientists are solving real problems together. Connect is a 3-year project funded under the European Union Horizon 2020 programme within the Science with and for Society. We believe it's time to create a flexible, inclusive and fun environment for science learning and problem solving. And we want to do it by implementing open schooling approaches that can bring teachers, scientists, students and their families closer. Want to know how? Let's talk about open-ended scenarios. Open-ended scenarios are a new approach of public engagement methods adapted to open schooling. By applying these methods and putting interesting and relevant societal challenges at the center of science education, we can stimulate students' interest in STEM. We'll explain the process in a minute, but first, let's take one step back. The concept of open-ended scenarios has its roots in deliberative democracy and responsible research and innovation. Deliberative democracy has dialogue at the center of the decision-making process. That way, sustainable solutions can be created based on a well-informed and democratic foundation. Responsible research and innovation creates a stronger connection between research and innovation and the surrounding society. Open-ended scenarios are also linked to some important sustainable development goals. To ensure responsive, inclusive, participatory and representative decision-making at all levels. To implement multi-stakeholder partnerships that mobilize and share knowledge, expertise, technology and financial resources. How is the open-ended scenario process? First, the students go through the process of agenda setting. Then they gather and apply different forms of knowledge, collaborate with different societal actors and assess arguments through dialogue. The result is well-informed and knowledge-based solutions and actions. This is a way of approaching science from an inclusive perspective. Science linked to societal challenges and decision-making. Open-ended scenario framework. The open-ended scenario framework is based on Connect's Care, Know, Do model. What is that? We Care starts with informal learning with professionals and family. We Know is the formal learning and the acquisition of scientific understanding and skills. We Do is the use of the acquired skills and knowledge into participatory science. In short, open-ended scenarios allow students to experience and apply science through local issues they find interesting. Based on these participatory approaches, different methods have been developed throughout the Connect project. Find out more about this and our other methods on our platform, Connect. Students and scientists solving real problems. Welcome to Connect.
So I hope you like the video.
Connect.
Well, what connects us all, as you can see here, that I wrote it, it's our passion for open schooling, and what we want you to understand through this video is that this passion is what is going to lead us in the next months as well to leave the legacy of the project. So we will do our best to make some nice visuals and also to leave all the guides, everything organized. We have until December, right? In order for Connect, who wants to continue implementing, to have everything there. And I would like also now to say we will start the awards session. And George closed with a poem. I would like to close with a joke. So, who knows why the Scarecrow got awarded? The Scarecrow. Well, because he was outstanding in the field, in his field. And I'm really happy here that the people that we have here are not scarecrows, actually, that we passed through this old perception that the teacher was a figure that would scare the students so that they listen, but instead you engage with them, you make fun activities, and you're not afraid to dirty your hands, let's say, in order to be with them and to let them discover knowledge. So I would like now to pass the microphone to Professor Ale Okada, who is the scientific coordinator of the project, and she will speak a bit about the achievements and start the awards of UK.
Okay. So, no, I don't need.
I have it here too.
So I have no words to say what I'm feeling now. It's a deep, deep happiness, and I'm so grateful for you all to be able to come here today. I know people coming from different countries. I just found somebody from Jamaica, and all these different countries, from Brazil, so from people from most Europe, but far away. So we are so pleased that you are here, and not just you, but all your thoughts, your work, your network, your power to bring what you are, what you shared with us, and what you brought with you. So this is incredible. Connect, in fact, I would say that is one of the projects that I participated that went beyond the targets, beyond. We managed these 13,000 students is only the ones who had the technology to reply the surveys and complete everything and share with us the pictures, the photos, the reports. But there are so many students, they didn't have a technology, they didn't have possibilities to share. We know that we know more than 30,000 students who were involved in Connect. So there is one thing missing in this conference is the voice of students. And I would like to invite one student to come here to share, because it's amazing what this student from secondary school, who is coming to university now, her views about Connect. So Ana Clara, please, let's...
Hello everyone, my name is Ana Clara, and as Ale said, I'm a student. I just finished high school, and it's very incredible to be here with all of you, hearing what you have to say, because even though I didn't participate effectively in the project, I can say on behalf of all students that I'm leaving today very hopeful for a new future, a new education, a new method. Because for more than over, 100 years, education has been stuck in the same place, even though the world has changed and technology is all around us. So it's something that we always discuss in school, me and my friends. Why we're studying this if you're not going to use it, and why we are studying this this way? Why can't we do in another way, And this actually makes us not very interested in what the professor is saying, because we're just listening. We're just sitting down and listening of, I don't know what you have to say, but we're not really, really into it, We're just thinking, oh, it's just going to be on a test. Why do I need to know, And it's very, very wonderful to see that many educators are here today acknowledging what we're thinking and caring for us. And you're the voice we want to hear. You're the people that that is making a new future for us, a bright future, a different future. And I forgot the words. I'm very thankful to be here today. And I hope the students that come along, the new generation, and they can be as passionate as you guys are about your work. And it motivates me to see that we're changing and we're gonna be capable of that, to change, to learn, to love. And it's very important for me to be here, sitting with all of you. I'm very thankful for every word. I learned a lot. I actually just heard all of you saying so many great things and made me very hopeful that we can have a bright future, that you're looking out for us and knowing knowing how difficult it is to change, but even though it's difficult, it's not impossible. And thank you for that. Eu não consegui falar.
Amazing. I completely in tears. I would like to invite Peter to give here a special certificates for people who influence Connect. So we have here, yes, 3 members that provided some wonderful ideas, and definitely the inspiration, the passion helped us so much to implement Connect. So thank you so much I'm going to give you the microphone, please, to announce.
Thank you. Talking of scarecrows, excuse me, I wasn't prepared for this. But anyway, I'm very pleased to be giving these awards today. And I've been, despite my cynical external appearance, I've been very, very impressed with many of the things I've seen, especially the posters and the contribution of the Brazilian colleagues who are here, which has been absolutely phenomenal. And I've never seen anything like that in another European project. So big round of applause for the Brazilian team. Thank you. So the certificate, so I'm doing this in the order in which they came out of the envelope, which has no bearing on anything. The first one, the Connect International Conference on Open Schooling Award of Excellence to Águeda Gras Velasquez. Hey. Thank you, Giuseppe. Okay, thank you, Giuseppe, for accepting that on behalf of Águeda. So now, the Connect International Conference on Open Schooling Award of Excellence going to Greta Alaj. Hooray! Woo. Thank you very much. Thank you, Greta. Thank you for OS Together. And finally, in this 3, Connect International Conference on Open Schooling Award of Excellence goes to Dr. Esther Salomon. Yay. Okay. All done? Thank you very much.
Yes, so I have a special award. This This is not in our list over there. You can keep it this, please, keep it this screen. I would like to give a word for policymakers who incredibly are opening doors for Connect. And based on what I heard just now, we can see that Connect is going to carry on very strongly. I would like to invite here Daisy Lago, Anselmo Bastos, Elmo Matos, Aguinaldo Freitas, Grace Mar Dourado, Roberto Souza e Márcio Silva. Okay, sorry, it's okay. It's a tradition, please. It's possible, just very briefly. Yes. Hello. Hello. Try to see it. Hello. Good. Try to see. So now I would like to give the certificates for the UK. So I would like to invite here, first of all, I'd like to tell a little bit about the teachers from the UK and the organizations that we would like to give certificates. So we have in the UK more than 170 teachers involved in Connect, and also nearly 1,000 students. So they are having lessons now. They were not able to come here and leave the schools. But I would like to invite here, on their behalf, Judy Sanders. And also, she is receiving a certificate for incredibly coaching of teachers. So, Judy, please, I also would like to invite the CEO of Learning Through Landscape for their brilliant work, inspiring Connect, and their ideas enabled us to go beyond. So they, with the government, they have a special day to celebrate outdoors learning. And it now becomes national and soon international. So on that day, we did a microplastic activity that we engaged many Brazilians in, together with the UK, inspired by LTL. So thank you so much. But I have more people to come here, just wait. I have important organizations that they are in Brazil, but they are not in the, we call the Northeast, that is Bahia, nor in Paraná. They are in the middle of Brazil, everywhere. And they supported the Open University UK for us to reach our targets. So I would like also to come here to receive it together with the UK. So the names are Rosana Moura, please come here to receive the certificate. Then we have Márcio Vieira. He is receiving certificates for a big group in University of Federal Santa Catarina. Karine Pinheiro from Universidade Federal of Cariri, which is in Ceará State. So all this group, and we have a teacher from the indigenous community in Amazon. She was not able to come. So I would like to call Ana Clara. Please, Ana Clara, you will be in charge to give the certificate. So I also would like just to have it here. So this, I'm going to give you the certificates. Oh, can you hold it for me? Sure. Oh, yes, Adam, please. Adam is also supporting a teacher. But I just, what is the human? Here. These two. This is, yes, please. Yes. All this group here supported the Open University and the Master in Science. Right. Now I'm going to call my colleague to carry on the certificates to, yes, on other countries. It's going to be Spain.
Okay. First of all, I want to recognize the huge work all the participants in Catalonia in Spain has been done during these 3 years of Connect. And now we want to give an award of excellence to the following people that did an exceptional work in implementing the Connect project. Your dedication and leadership have transformed education with open schooling, empowering learners and inspiring educators. Unfortunately, lots of them cannot show up today because they are immersed in a hard selection process to become staff teachers at public schools. But I will read all the names, and please, the ones that are in the room, so came here and we will give you the word. So the teachers are Oscar González, Víctor Molinero, Gloria Rodríguez, Montse Masdeu, Roser Alcaraz, Rosana Adam, Neus Esperó, Yolanda Navarro, Esther Casals, Alba Blanco, Anna Ros, Josep Maria Pons, Rosa Serra i Anna Chillida. We have a special thanks to her, who is the Director of Students Affairs in the Department of Education, for all her help on implementing open schooling. So, please.
So before calling the teachers for the award, I would like to thanks to all the teachers from Romania for their outstanding work in the project, also to my colleague, to all teachers from Romania. Also, I want to do big thanks to the teachers who are in the conference, but they will not receive the award. But anyway, this is very important for us. Thank you. You support the project. So the teachers from Romania who will receive the award for their outstanding work in the project are Mihaela Predoi from Mihai Viteazu Secondary School, Mariana Popa. She is working in 3 schools, but is not present. One of my colleagues will be, yes, please, will receive the award for her. Diana Elena Oncioiu from Voievodul Mircea High School. Francesca Coșoveanu will receive the award for her. Florentina Laura Nae from Voievodul Mircea High School. Also Francesca Coșoveanu will receive the award. Mihaela Jagă from Aurel Vaicu High School is in the room, please come here. Cristina Mihaela Eftimie from Voievodul Mircea High School. Francesca Coșoveanu will receive the award. Yes, too many. Alice Isabela Duroi from Mihai Viteazu Secondary School. And the last one is also for Francesca Coșoveanu from Voievodul Mircea High School. Thank you very much for your work.
Hello, I'm Yorgos Panselinas from Greece. I want to thank all the team that from the pilot phase, from year 1, 2 scientists, Dr. Yolanda Koulouri of the Senior Researcher for the Learning Center for Marine Research, Dr. Yasmi Stathi from the head of Natural History Museum, University of Crete, and 13 teachers, we made a group in order to collaborate and create the base of the project of open schooling in Greece. Those scientists and teachers continue all of these 3 years to support, to coach the other teachers, to implement, to create scenarios and implement the scenarios and implement open schooling on their classes. Today, I have the honor and the joy to have a lot of them together here in Barcelona. So I want to invite Panagiotis to Banyaris. Maria Eleftheriou. Μαργαρίτα Στεργίου, Ελένη Κορακάκη, Χαράλαμπος Κατσίδης, Μανώλης Γεωργουλάκης, Αβραάμ Αποστολακάκης. Okay. And all of the teachers, and not only, I want to thank also Kostis Halkiadakis, that is in here, that is the main of the group, but we have to some limitations in wording. So I want to ask, Anna. Hello, Anna. Welcome, Anna. Anna Karaiscu. I want to thank all our teachers, the 340 teachers and 82 scientists in all over Greece. Maybe they saw, some of them are seeing us now from Greece because they are streaming. So I want to thank them all. And let me give the awards. Manoli. Bobby.
Thank you very much. I have just one teacher. I will call just him.
Outro fica separado, vai? Sim, depois fica aí, vocês podem levar. E agora só vontade de fazer agradecimentos, também mencionar.
Hi everyone, it's time to celebrate this important event, this important moment. I will ask a teacher, Anderson Vilas Boas, Duarte Vilas Boas. Please, Anderson, come here, please, to receive your... Actually, Anderson is the only teacher from Brazil here, so I'll give him the award and just read the name of the others. Anderson, Rita de Cássia Viana from Camaçari, Flávio e Maria Celeste, Flávio from Camaçari, Maria Celeste from Senhor do Bonfim, Elizabeth Guedes from Camaçari, Neuda Coutinho from Camaçari, Hermânia from Escola Elzita Ribeiro Lapão, me ajude. Yara Muricy é estudante em Senhor do Bonfim. Márcio Henrique, the same school of Anderson is here. Luiz Ricardo, school for Lapão, Walter Barreto. Alana, Deusita Ribeiro, Alessia, and Alice from Camaçari. So Anderson, you represent all of them. Anderson, please. Thank you very much, Anderson. Congratulations for your work for the project Connect. Thank you.
Hello. The winners of Paraná are in two distinct categories: teachers who developed the best practice and their schools, and politicians who allowed the entry of the researchers in the school that are under their management. And without the partnership of these two actors, it would not have been possible to achieve the results that we had. I want to call Dr. Patricia to represent all the politicians. And I want to call Regina Liberato Shibuta, School Alpha, Ponta Grossa. Gabriele Polato Sarchinski, School Coque, de Araucária. Thank you. Vamos tirar foto. And just to finish, I want to thank you also for the participation of Sueli Perosato Trindade, School Professor Adelina Regis, Otto Henrique, Public School Potássio de Carvalho, Wellington Tavares de Santos, Public School Avelino Antônio Vieira, Reginaldo Rodrigues da Costa, Public School Manuel Ribas, Rony Miranda Vieira, Secretary of Education of the State of Paraná, Maria Silva Bacila, Municipal Secretary of Education of Curitiba, Renato Rei Gondim, State Coordinator of Agricultural Colleges, and Renato Feder, former Secretary of Education of State of Paraná, and current Secretary of Education of State of São Paulo. Thank you very much.
So it's very hard to say final words now because it was incredible 2 days. But I need to say how deeply I'm completely in tears now because I wanted to say thank you for the consortium. I think that we are so, deeply connected with our vision, with our passion. George, you did an incredible work, coordinating our consortium, please. Come here. It's amazing, amazing. I also would like to invite here Laia, Alex, and Rosina. For a brilliant, brilliant work here organizing this, making this reality. Also, I would like to invite the leaders of important working package. We have Mihai and his whole team, Mihai, Laura, Gabriel from Romania, Yorgos, leading open school in Greece. Manolis is here. Manolis and his team. Manolis? No? Okay. So, please. I also would like to invite here Tony Sherborne. Yes, I don't know if it is here. Tony, from Master in Science. And let me see, because this is important. Now, my partners from Brazil. Please, Silvar, Sonia, Ana Karine. It's incredible work. Patricia and Raquel. Yes, I'm going to. So we have one partner here that had to leave, which is Lars from GBT. It's not here, but we want that, to remember them. So to represent GBT, we have somebody from the User Advisory Board, which is an incredible mentor for us, Peter Gray. Please, Peter Gray. This is from our family.